Ooh, what is up, folks? All right. Guess we'll just do this real quick. That was fun. When you dirty wine, drop it to Jesus. In the club, shake it to the floor, showing love. I'm on the grind. Thanks, Chef, for sending that to me. I should have went and looked for it. I'll be in the number when the trumpet starts to blow. But tonight I gotta drop it low. Drop it low for Jesus. Dropping it low for Jesus. Boy, I would have never thought. Would have never thought. As I live and breathe. As I live and breathe. All right. Let me check in with y'all. What's up? Jesus loves you. He's just not in love with you, man. I get that. Inya. What is up, Inya? We got Midnight Snack. Appreciate you. Holds up finger. Slides in next to the back. Appreciate you. Yeah, Mrs. She said, how's it going? Hello. Good to see you. Glad to have you back in town. I know y'all was out and about with the family. That was dope. It's good to see people getting out. I ain't going nowhere. But today, I got two videos kind of hit. Saturday, I forgot that Yella had the wrestling thing on Saturday, so I canceled the stream on Saturday. I can kind of bring the topic in for today. I didn't have a video for it. It was just kind of conversations. I didn't know how things were going to go. But let me do something else real quick. Give me a minute. If anybody wants to come up and join the discussion, feel free. I'm going to drop the link. And then I'm going to go over to YouTube and pin it. And then we'll get started. My channel. Where's my channel? All right. You, me, and your cousin too. No, that's my history, not my channel. Come on now. View your channel. Thank you. Lord. Okay. All right, come on, pin. There we go. All right. Yellow's in the building, man. What's up, Yellow? All right, let me close that. Appreciate you, bro. All right, so. Pin me, daddy. Ooh. Can't stand people. Can't. How did you even turn that? How did you turn that sus, Greg? How did you turn me pinning the comment sus? How? How did you pull that off? Anyway, so Saturday's off the table. It was just going to be about like actually what we're doing today. Because I'm going to react to a video of a guy reacting to pastors. And the question is like, is a lot of this like males online, especially people of certain value sets, is that a feminine trait? Because, you know, was that communication and expression is ascribed to femininity, and being critical, like hypercritical, and kind of talking about what other people are doing, gossiping. That's always been seen as a feminine trait. So are we dabbling into the feminine? What up, Bree? What's going on? So that was going to be Saturday, plus the judgment, because everybody, I feel like a lot of people bastardize Matthew 7, the judge not lest ye be judged. Because in that same chapter, it tells you to judge people by their fruit. So they don't really get the difference between the two types of judgment that it's talking about. So I was going to get into that just a little bit, but that was going to be Saturday. I didn't have a video for it. It was just my thoughts. But we can cancel that. Got wrestling on Saturday. We can talk about it today if we have interest. If not, that's cool. But I'm going to bring in the first video, and we can talk about this. This is about the feminine men in the pulpit, and I'm going to get that started.
I said you soft, so what? What you gonna do? What? Don't no man call me soft. I hate that. All right, wait, let me slow you down, cause I'm a man. I called you soft.
Candid and in the bill.
Taking in all this ass for a Claude. What you feeling, huh? Cause I said soft. Cause I said soft. So what? I said I spell it. SOF capital T. Soft. Huh? How you like that? What you gonna do, Claude? What you gonna do, huh?
This may offend a lot of people. Don't really care. I personally have a problem with soft men. Now, that can be a little bit subjective, but
now here's the thing. I'm glad he said it. It could be a little bit subjective, because the first thing I thought about, because people I've been called soft all my life, so it doesn't offend me. But when I hear him and see him, I think of soft. He's like a cuddly guy. He doesn't seem like but he likes hard men, Greg. But he doesn't have, I guess he has the facial. He's got a little bit of facial hair to legitimize his masculinity. I miss that. I don't really have that. But he just looks like somebody's nice, sweet uncle. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Sometimes it's actually pretty easy and obvious.
Not sweet as in gay. People.
Now, you can't always tell who is homosexual, but what you can tell is who is effeminate. That is a sin. Well, what are some examples of effeminate? Well, how about this? I don't know what Kirk Franklin is going for, but he actually looks like someone from the old Police Academy movies.
Now, come on, bro. Hold on. Now, he does have on skinny jeans, which I'm not a fan of. But it's a button-down, like, shirt vest and some boots. So it's really just a skinny jeans you got a problem with at this point.
I don't know what Kirk Franklin is going for, but he actually looks like someone from the old Police Academy movies when they went to the Blue Oyster Lounge.
Well, they go to shirt vest, though.
Effeminate men have a particular...
I don't know. That dude had on a shirt vest.
Their characteristic that is just soft, that is gentle, that is almost ladylike, and you see it come out in various different ways. Sometimes in the way they sing. It is okay to have a little bit of bass in your voice. You can't control that in terms of how deep your voice is. But you can't control how high it goes.
Hold up real quick. Hold up. See this.
It is okay to have a little bit of bass in your voice. You can't control that in terms of how deep your voice is.
Right.
You can't control how high it goes. In case you didn't know, it's not good.
Now he's dropping it low. I'll give it to you on that one. He's dropping it low. That's a little extra. It's a little extra. I know, right? Tone, right? What, the French toast? Prince Shalimar? Hold up, man. This dude dropping. I didn't even see that one. I wasn't paying attention. And that looked like what's his face? The one that debated Prince Ella.
Control that in terms of how deep
Tim
your
Ross?
voice is.
Was that Tim Ross?
You can't control how high it goes.
Is that Tim Ross?
In case you didn't know, it is not good for a man to drop it. It's not good for a woman to do it either. But a man, listen, these are things that you just couldn't imagine a man doing. And if you did, you knew why he was doing it.
Now, that's funny, too, because this is one of those cultural things that Black people have developed, because there's a lot of things where I would say Africa, I want to say Eastern Europe, there's a lot of things where men drop low for. So it's really gotten, I guess it's become more feminine. Like dudes used to dance more in America. Dudes used to dance more. And guys used to do all kinds of crazy stuff. So I guess now, because he wasn't dropping low and arching his back or anything, it didn't look extreme. It didn't look especially feminine. He was just like dropping low. But, you know, I'm soft, so I can't be the judge. You tell me.
Doing it. The sad part is we now have pastors who dress a certain way, who dress to be like the world, who want to be conformed to this world, and it blurs the line. Is there something questionable about that person? We don't know.
You gonna golf every day? Now, when she said that, I was like, is that an option? Because if it is, you are more fine than I ever realized.
And so when you dress like that, it's hard to tell. It's certainly hard to tell when you are wearing skinny jeans, tight jeans.
I don't know, man. My soul. Y'all tell me. I need somebody to tell me. Would y'all mistake any of these dudes for women? Now, I'm not going to lie. Greg might be onto something because this dude might be the only one that I might have thought was a lesbian. I might have thought that was a what they call him, a twink or something like that. That's the only one I might have thought, like, is that it? Maybe.
I was like, is that option?
Until he talked.
Because if it is, you are more
when he talked, I would have thought it was Gary Owen.
Fine than I ever realized.
And so when you dress like that, it's hard to tell. It's certainly hard to tell when you are wearing skinny jeans, tight jeans.
My soul.
Yeah, you make it abundantly clear to all the women. It is uncomfortable for a man to wear those. And any man that's doing so, he is sacrificing comfort for fashion.
I don't know. I've never worn skinny jeans, but I got to say, they seemed comfortable. Yeah. That dude super away from being a lesbian. It's hard to tell. Hey, yo, he gay.
For a particular look, to send a signal, maybe. All the men that are wearing skinny jeans that want to send a response, fine, go ahead. And I have a response back for you. Do not act as though what you're doing is appropriate. The Bible says, Paul says in 1 Corinthians 6:9, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the earth? And he gives some lists, some things, and he deals with one, fornicators, idolaters, adulterers. Then he has these two words, effeminate. Nor homosexual.
Now we know how the church feels about homosexuals. That's been made abundantly clear. That's been made abundantly clear. So we're gonna look up effeminate real quick while he's on pause. Great is your mercy. All right. Merriam-Webster, which of course is going to be updated to modern times. I don't know what it would have meant 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 years ago. But having feminine qualities untypical of a man, not manly in appearance or manner. So having feminine qualities untypical of a man, not manly in appearance or manner. So that's effeminate. Let's actually, real quick, I'm going to check that verse in the Bible. What was he on? Jeremiah 31, verse 1? Nah, that can't be right. Let me see. Easy solution? We'll just stop wearing pants. Yeah, that will work. Masculine men in Spain wear really tight jeans. Yep. Matadors. Tights. That's true. Let me see. Give me a second. Let me go back and see what passage. I know it says Jeremiah at the top, but I know it can't be in Jeremiah.
Says in 1 Corinthians 6:9.
I knew it.
Do you not know?
1 Corinthians 6:9. That language wasn't even like Old Testament. All right. 6:9. There we go. 6:9. I didn't even think about that. Let's go. Let's go, effeminate. Kingdom of God should not be deceived, neither fornicators. I want to look up that word. So what I'm doing is opening up Strong's Concordance so I can see what the word was in the Greek. Malakos. Ooh, malakos. Let's see what that means. Soft to the touch. Let me see. effeminate, a boy kept for homosexual relationships with a man, of a male who submits his body to a natural lewdness, or a male prostitute. Interesting. It's kind of a different context in the way we use it, but so this is probably still dealing with that homosexuality more so. Of a catamite. What is a catamite? A boy kept for homosexual. Okay. So boys, this is more probably when they say effeminate, it's probably about the boys that were kept. Because again, this is originally written in the Greek. So they probably had picked up some of those practices of using the boys for men to use sexually. So it's not even talking about the style of dress of men in the first place. But that's actually putting the verse in context. So I just want to hit that first. I like to see what people are actually talking about and see if they know what they're talking about. But let's see if he goes into that. Because he likes to pull up. He's got the Greek on the right side. So let's see if he actually looks into it at all.
Know that the unrighteous will not inherit the earth. And he gives some things, and he deals with one, fornicators, idolaters, adulterers. Then he has these two words, effeminate nor homosexual. Now, the homosexual, that's obvious. That is from the Greek word arsenokoitai, which is men bedders, men who bed other men. But then this other word here for effeminate, we have this word malakoi, which means soft. If you are a soft man, that is a sin. Why? Because you are projecting something.
Now, what is if he, let's say we take it on his word, even though we just looked it up, and you guys can look it up yourselves as well. It didn't just mean soft. It didn't just mean soft. It really meant it had more things about as far as feminine. Because it said soft to the touch. I don't know if these men are soft to the touch, and I doubt he touched them either. So soft to the touch is a very literal sense of the word soft. It didn't have a contextual sense of the word soft. It didn't have it doesn't have any contextual second definitions that have to do with of a type of lesser masculine. It doesn't have any of that. The only other definition is for boys that were kept for sexual excursions with men. So I say he's off on the definition. And even if it's talking about soft as in soft to the touch, I think it's weird that he would say that. I don't know if they're soft to the touch, and I doubt he does. Unless he does. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Because it meant literally soft to the touch. Yeah. It's crazy. But as somebody that studies as much as he does, it's weird that he did that. So I don't know if he's doing this specifically to give views and take it out of context. Because in looking at it, it really makes sense that right before homosexuality, it would have effeminate. If effeminate at that time meant boys that had sex with men, it would make perfect sense that those two words were together. Stay hard, kings. Yeah. Yep.
That you should not. It doesn't even matter. Notice he's not even talking about the intent. It's what you are projecting.
Oh no, did he just put that on? Wait a minute.
If you are a soft man, that is a sin. Why? Because you are projecting something that you should not. It doesn't even matter. Notice he's not even talking about the intent. It's what you are projecting.
I don't see. The Bible didn't say that. I don't know. Let me go back real quick. My bad. I mean, because I know I listened to this, but I wasn't actually in the Bible at the time when I was looking. I was like, oh, this would be interesting. But, everything else was actually talking about a behavior. And he's talking about a projection. He's totally distorted the scripture. So know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Be not deceived. Neither fornicators, that's an act. Idolaters, that's an act. Nor adulterers, that's an act. Nor effeminate, which he's turned into soft or a projection, how you come across. That's not an act. That's kind of like a presentation. Nor abusers of themselves with mankind. That's another act. So all of a sudden, he's taken this one word out of the sentence of acts and made one not an act, just a styling. If you style yourself or project out softness, that's on line with these other ones. And that doesn't even really make sense because one of these things is not like the other. And then looking into it, it's talking about boys that had sex with men or that were used for sex with men. Not even that boys that had, because they probably didn't have much choice in that culture. I don't know. I would assume that the children didn't have a lot of choice to be having sex with men. But that's what it's talking about. If you're one of those boys, then that's what it was talking against. It's interesting that he's made it a presentation. He's definitely reaching. We got Quantum in the building. But I wanted to double check that because because that goes into the adding and taking away. As somebody that studies and he looks into the Greek and all that, and y'all saw how long it took me to get to the answer. I mean, it took a couple of minutes. It's not hard to find out this stuff unless you're trying to use the Bible to weaponize against people, which, in my opinion, that's what this is doing. But let's go. Hey.
I have no idea what he's wearing or what he's doing, but he looks like a woman.
Okay, wait a minute. I have no idea. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, come on, get it, y'all.
I have no idea what he's wearing or what he's doing, but he looks like a woman.
That dude didn't look like a woman to me. I'm sorry. He was dressed on the slightly flashy side. Did not look like a woman to me. I don't know. Am I wrong? I need somebody to tell me that dude looked like a woman. If you do, that's fine. If you agree that he looks like a woman, that's cool. But his pants were tight. I agree. His pants were tight. You doing that dance now? Yeah, so he hates tight pants. He hates tight pants for sure, which I understand. I grew up in baggy jeans. I didn't know. I grew up with baggy jeans. I get it. I understand. I don't like seeing skinny jeans, and I really, worse than skinny jeans, I hate any type of jean that they have cinched under their butt. When their butt is exposed and I see your underwear, that bothers me. That bothers me. I still don't see it as effeminate. I do see it weird. It's weird. I don't know what to make of it. Like, are you trying to advertise your butt? I don't know. Yeah. He might be attracted. He might be attracted to tight pants. That did not look like a woman, especially the women in church. That especially did not look like the women in church. I've never seen a woman in church dressed like that ever in my entire life, watching television, or I've never seen a woman dressed like that in church. Oh, wow. Okay. Those were on, you're right, because those were tight on my thighs. I'm not even going to lie. Those were tight on my thighs. Very restrictive and very restrictive. You are absolutely right. Quantum, I need you to forget that because I had forgotten it. So thank you. Thank you. What's up, Ty? I think I'm my first time seeing you. What's up, Ty Libra in the building? Let's get back into this dude. Because I like him sometimes because he be calling out people, but he be off sometimes. He be off. But he really clearly has something against tight pants. And yes, if you're seeing somebody's print, that's definitely a problem, especially in church. Come on. If you're seeing somebody's print, any print, big print, ball print, you don't want to see that. Does not need to be in church. I mean, that's a point too. It's inappropriate, but it's not feminine. Yeah, you're right. It might be inappropriate, but it's not feminine.
Deal with him in just a little bit. That shouldn't be. We've got too many pastors, too many preachers who step in the pulpit, and they're already blurring the lines between sound doctrine and bad doctrine. Now they're also blurring the line between
in the building.
What a woman looks like and what she should wear versus what a man looks like and what he should wear. Now he brings up in Deuteronomy, God does about.
Just go. I want to see this one more time. Like, do y'all think? Because Von Bryant, you're here. Tell me that this next person, Von Bryant, in your opinion. I know you are pretty devout. Tell me if you think this next person looks like a man or a woman.
It's what you are projecting.
If you feel comfortable.
He is Lord.
And just real quick, from what I'm seeing of the two other people I can kind of see outfits on, it might be a casual day. Because that dude in the red beanie definitely is not dressed up. And whoever's to the right of the dude in the red beanie, our left, that looks like a casual type shirt too. Just from the material. I think I'm seeing arm high up, so it's like a high sleeve. Oh, no, there we go. That's a woman. Okay, that was two different people. So that's like a little sweater and a t-shirt. So it looks like it might even be a casual day. Okay, there's a sleeve.
I have no idea what he's wearing or what he's doing, but he looks like a woman.
It didn't look like a woman to me, but I'm curious if anybody else thought that he looked like a woman. And again, if you do, that's cool. You'll be in a minority probably from the chat, but that's okay. You can be from the minority. Zestosity. Zestosity. I love it. If I can. I've never heard that one. I like it. Zestosity. If I can wear it at the gym, why not in the church? Okay.
deal with him in just a little bit. That shouldn't be. We've got too many pastors, too many preachers who step in the pulpit and they're already blurring the lines between sound doctrine and bad doctrine. Now they're also blurring the line between what a woman looks like and what she should wear versus what a man looks like and what he should wear.
Okay, so I feel like the man complaining has spent his entire life getting roasted for his fit and he's using Jesus to make it everyone's problem. It might be. I just thought it was.
Now he brings up in Deuteronomy, God,
because when I saw these examples, they didn't look feminine. They looked a little flashy or too flamboyant, flashy to flamboyant. But none of them I would have mistaken for a woman. None of them were necessarily moving like I've seen women move. None of them sounded like women. There was that one high-pitched singer that he pointed out, but I mean, men have been doing falsettos for a really long time. But it is what it is.
Does about a woman wearing clothes that pertain to a man, you shouldn't do that. And obviously the converse is also true about a man wearing anything that looks like a woman.
Now, they were wearing pants, and in the church they tell women not to wear pants because of this very scripture. So if he's calling pants feminine now simply because of their tightness, it would be a hard sell for me. Because I still, as of this month, have gone to a church where they did not want women wearing pants if they were presenting or up front. No pants of any kind. Not even slacks. Not a what's that? The Hillary Clinton suit. So if the pants are for men, they're wearing pants. So I would wonder how he's distorted this verse yet again.
And so we need to be careful about what we wear because of the situation or the signals that we send. If you have forgotten, the Bible tells us in Genesis, he says he made them male and female. For some reason, though, some pastors simply want to say, I don't know what God's plan was, or if it's okay. I wish there was something different.
Oh, here we go. Mike Todd. Who? Mike Todd. I wish these dudes would quit wearing their nephew's suit. Get a suit that fits. Stop it. It's too tight. Cut it out. Hey, listen, I'm not a fan of skinny jeans. I'm not a fan of skinny pants. I'm not a fan of Euro cut suits. That's not my thing. Not my thing. Or like the stuff Dwayne Wade be wearing, like if it's a suit, but it's like got the capri pants. Oh man, oh, it's annoying. But it's what I'm used to. I'm not used to that, so it tweaks my, I'm like, what are you doing, bro? So I get it, but I wouldn't call it feminine. It's just not. It's atypical. It's unusual. It's different. It's counterculture. But it's I wouldn't call it feminine. I bet money this dude has the worst kinks. He might. You never know. You never know. And yes, and we were created naked. So yeah, now we got to argue over what we wear to cover ourselves. Absolutely.
If I was there, maybe I would have told him, is there something in the middle you could do? Like kind of a little maybe if somebody.
But for some, it's almost as though that they are bothered or.
Wait a minute. Why was that clip in there? Hold on.
There's something in the middle.
Okay, I wish there was something different. I don't know what God's plan was, or if it's okay.
Okay.
I wish there was something
I missed
different.
this dialogue.
If I was there, maybe I would have told him, is there something in the middle you could do? Like kind of a little maybe if somebody.
But for some, it's almost as though that they are bothered or confused or wish that God would have had a different category like Mike Todd other than male and female.
Well, I was born like this. I don't know how I feel. I feel you. And I wish that there was an option of other in the kingdom. I'm going to have to wrestle with what I don't even fully understand. Oh, God.
Well, that should never come out of a pastor's mouth. Oh, by the way, what are you doing with your hair? We'll deal with the hair.
Oh, boy. He's about to deal with his hair. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Man. So, you like the new suit styles, switching it up a bit. I can see that. That would make sense for you. Absolutely. Showing up as God designed would be very inappropriate. Culturally, it would be very inappropriate. It would be illegal. It would be illegal. Wide leg pants again. I like that. He kind of left room for homosexuality and other alternative lifestyles because he doesn't want to judge the people, but he feels like there's no in between. And just having that little empathy, that moment of empathy for somebody that's different, he doesn't like it. He don't like it. Yeah. And put some socks on. Why you sweating your shoes? Stop it. I wish I could do the accents and like I wish I could do like I can't remember what's the word called, y'all, when you're trying to not mocking somebody, but it's mocking, but like Impersonation. I wish I could do the impersonations better. Y'all is much better at those. I wish I could get it. We only supposed to wrestle with angels. That shit we don't understand. Listen, worried about the wrong things. Boomer energy, big time. I have worn 501s and t-shirts every single day since the mid-90s. Good Lord. You've never switched it up? Yeah. I mean, we would consider what Jesus wore a dress. A dress and sandals. Summertime dress code for black women. A dress and sandals. Little sundress. Sundress and sandals. Jesus was all about that.
In just a little bit, but again, you're sending these mixed signals.
Pastors don't say this because they want to be absolute. Well, why did that? I don't freaking know. I know, honestly, I wish God would have made it so much simpler and it was like A, B, C, or D, like frick. No, I'm serious. As a pastor, like, so what do you think about gay men? I don't know.
You don't know, you're a pastor. Not a real one, not a good one, and you wish that God would have made it simpler. He did. Have you not read that he made them both male and female?
That's true.
God says that in Genesis. Jesus reiterates that in the Gospels. And so what are you talking about? You seem to be bothered by that. And no wonder, because he tends to give off these effeminate vibes, acting and behaving in ways that are customary with the mannerisms.
You know, I'd be wanting to argue with you, Quantum. How did God make it simple? He didn't leave any instructions. People will say the Bible's the instruction, but obviously that's complicated. That's super complicated. Because we saw how he's already messed up on a verse. A real pastor? Yeah, the real pastor? Yeah, that real stuff, man. I can't stand when people do the real. Real man, real this, real that. Let me go back a few seconds. I know I paused it and probably threw off his thought. Dudes be wearing ponytails and pearls. What is really going on? Listen, I know the pearls are typically feminine in American culture. I really don't have a feeling either way. The ponytails, I don't know. If it's like straight hair, I would say that's feminine. For me, I'm just used to women with straight hair, ponytail. But if you have your locks pulled back, having locks pulled back, I don't know. That don't feel feminine to me. You got locks. What are you supposed to do with them? Just always let them hang down?
No. God says that in Genesis. Jesus.
Even Samson got his hair cut, right? You want them cutting their hair? You want them cutting their hair, Vaughn?
Reiterates that in the Gospels. And so what are you talking about? You seem to be bothered by that. And no wonder, because he tends to give off these effeminate vibes, acting and behaving in ways that are customary with the mannerisms of a woman.
Okay, so if this dude tried to rob you, Greg, I don't believe you. If this dude right here tried to rob you, it's the same guy, he's got a beard grown in. If this dude tried to rob you, I believe you would give up your wallet. I bet you would. Bet you would.
To marry with the mannerisms of a woman.
They going to hell. Hell for you. Hell for your children. Hell for your grandkids.
Now, I will say, if he started doing the head movement, you might have a little bit harder time. You might have a little bit of a harder time taking him serious. I would too, but it would be funny. If he had a gun, and he's doing the head bob, I'm like, you know what? I ain't fighting with you.
Yeah, that was pretty feminine, like this.
Oh, that's nasty. You cannot. I like that. That just came from the spirit.
You got also these men who simply want to defend women and defend homosexuality, who also have these mannerisms. Again, your hair, your mannerisms, your voice, everything about you should.
Yes, in his mannerisms, he does do a lot of feminine mockery. Like he goes into, and I've noticed that in churches, the funniest characters in church are typically the women, the pastor and the women. So if you ask even little children to mock people in the church, they'll probably mock up the pastor because of the way he preaches. And then they'll mock the women because the women are typically the ones that do the hooting and hollering. In my church, it was the same way. So we ended up mocking the women because they were the most exaggerated. So, I mean, to me, it makes there's a logical to it. But as a guy in our culture, we're taught to like wean that out. Okay, it's funny when you're a kid and you're making fun of the sisters, but if you get into your teenage years, you can't go around mimicking all the women. So it becomes a thing. We're super homophobic in our culture, like black church culture, super homophobic. So the dudes can't exhibit any form of femininity until they start learning to play piano. Then they can do whatever they want. But Don't mind me. I'm just an old head. Times have changed. Times have changed. Yeah. That's where I learned to laugh at women. Yeah, absolutely. We be in church making fun of the women all the time. I can still picture certain people from different churches, and the women is one. Sister Whiteside, she's in hospice right now. She did this thing, and when you heard her, first she would be like, she'd be praying, and then she would pause, and then when everybody like, and I feel like it was for attention. I feel like it was for attention. The moment it went silent, and you're wondering, is she okay? That's when you'd hear, woo, woo, woo. And she would just do this high-pitched squeal and scream, and it was so funny. Me and my nephew used to crack up because she would just start squealing so loud. It was so funny. But let me see. Lord, now I could call out his sin just from the screen. That is the problem with Christianity, always pointing out the fingers instead of focusing on 3 fingers pointing back at them. Focus on your own household. No, you just want to call me feminine. Oh, it was just so funny, man. Sister Whiteside. Oh, and then when she went into tongues, right? When she went into tongues, it was funny too. Oh man, now I'm trying to remember because it's been a while. Because her health has been degrading for some time. But when she went into tongues, she would be preaching in English, she'd be praying in English. She'd be praying in English, and all of a sudden, because she's got a very soft voice. When she's talking, her speaking voice was, thank you, Jesus, for everything that you give us. And I pray that you bless the saints and the health and the well-being of all the. And we were like, whoa, where did that come from? Because her tone is never over a certain level. But then all of a sudden, she would just amplify so much in church. And we would just crack up, me and my nephew, because if you're not paying attention, it would jump scare you. She would always jump scare you. And then part of me thinks that might have been like, it was the attention, but I think she liked jump scaring people because we did have older people that would fall asleep in the church too. I don't know. I can't judge the intention of these people. We just always had like little theories. Like, why did they do that? Most of these are current masculine fashion trends. That's true. He's from Indiana. Colts. I see it now. Yeah, buddy. What's up, Dury in the building? What's up, man? I can't stand you. And the Holy Ghost sound mixed with a good time. Nah, it was funny. It was funny. Yeah, the church, man, I'm trying to tell you, the church has some of the funniest characters, and most of them are women. The dudes be trying to be like very solemn and but man, yeah, it's the truth. And the women are hilarious in the church, and the pastor, because especially if you have a hoop and a hollering pastor, that throaty thing. Oh my God. Oh man. Anyway,
if you are male, it should say male.
Just as the man has to be a bride in a certain level of revelation
they be possessed
to access a different dimension of relationship, you also have to capture the revelation of sonship, even though you're a female. This is why Galatians, amen. This is why Galatians says, in Christ there's neither male nor female. This is why, little religious devils, women can preach.
I didn't look into that one, but what do y'all think about that? People that are, come from a biblical background, and it says something in Christ there is no male or female. What do y'all think about that? I haven't studied that in a very long time, so I can't remember the context for it. But what do y'all think? How does that hit y'all? The asthma anointing, my God, yes. Apex in the building. What's up, my guy? I love these kind of guys because I asked them, what does God prioritize more? Someone who is gay and prioritizes his love for God under his kingdom, or the straight sinner who lives in adultery? Okay. I'm glad you asked that question. Let me look for something. Do I need to bring you up? Wave if I need to bring you up. Cool. What up, Playboy? They got no answer. He looking like C Breezy right there. C Breezy. All right, let me look for something.
These devils ain't loyal.
There you go. I want to find this photo. And I'm going to ask y'all, I'm going to bring it up, and I'm going to ask y'all a question. Because Apex asked a great question. How far back was that? About a month? Was that a month ago?
Nigga asked a question about a month ago.
Boom. Let me see. I need that opened. Maybe I can just Can I download? Yeah, I can just add it to StreamYard. Let me go. I don't need to pull up that. Add it to StreamYard. Let's go.
Went in.
This was something I saw. This was something I saw on Instagram. To the question that Apex had just asked. Would you rather have a gay son or a thug? Give me a minute. We're gonna slow walk this. I gotta ask this question properly. We're gonna put up a poll. We're gonna put up a poll. It's anonymous, y'all. Nobody will know who voted how. It's anonymous. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. We're gonna put up a poll. Okay.
Watch people start answering in the chat because they don't know what anonymous means.
Nobody will know. Nobody will know who voted how. So I'm starting the poll. Cast your vote. Try to cast it earnestly, honestly, authentically to how you feel and what your values are. Would you rather have a gay son or a thug?
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I reiterated that anonymous thing. I said it clearly instead of us. I want to know. I'm curious how y'all feel.
I mean, I'll answer. I'm not worried about it.
Go ahead.
I don't have nothing of value to cancel, so I'm not even worried about it. I'd much rather have a thug son because I want grandkids that came from his nuts.
Okay. All right. So for you, a gay person can't have kids, Vic?
No, they can't.
They can't.
Then they're not gay. No. I want him to make a child with a woman. That's what I want.
Okay.
Well, I'd rather have a thug son. They ain't say the nigga was gonna go to jail. They just say he a thug.
Nah, they said a thug doesn't say what he's gonna do. Right. It's just you know a thug has tendencies.
Yeah.
Might be drug dealing, might be shooting. You rather have a drug dealing shoot 'em up son than a butt dealing shoot 'em up son.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna add, in fact, Yellow's not a Christian, but I'm curious I know I can't parse this out in the chat. And like determine who's Christian and who's not, but I would love to know. Yeah, gay or thug, that's crazy to me. Is he a top or bottom? And that's a lot of the answers where I would prefer neither. But if I had to choose, I'm picking gay all day. There's enough killers and gangsters in the community. We don't need more killers and gangsters, in my opinion. I think we're all full up. We're full up on those. We're all full up on those. And there you go. What does anonymous mean? I can't stand Anaya. Yeah. Red lipstick vibes in the building. I mean, listen, if you don't know which one is more productive, one is clearly harmful. Like one is a direct harm to other people 9 times out of 10. There are very few thugs that don't do harm.
I'm sorry. When does the characteristic gay mean productive in society? That's just your sexuality. That doesn't link to any high level of productivity. A gay person can be just as unproductive in society as a thug.
Yeah, of course you will still love them, but that doesn't mean that you agree. Absolutely. Doesn't mean you have to condone. I would prefer, like Yellow, if I were to have children, to have cis hetero children. It would just be my preference. That would be what I'm used to, what I'm comfortable with, what I'm more familiar with, and what I understand to a certain degree. So of course that comfort level will be there for me. That's what I would be looking for, comfort. I kind of know what to expect. I kind of know what challenges come with it. I would be kind of useless for a gay child. I mean, because I don't know the culture. I don't know how people are taught, how they kind of behave within relationships. I wouldn't have any insights really other than guessing. So, I mean, of course, for comfort's sake, I would prefer what I'm used to. But I definitely don't want any more thugs. I mean, I've got enough mess in my family. Yeah, I don't want to live. If I had to live next to gay people or thugs, or rather live next to gay people, if I had to have kids, I'd rather be gay than a thug. But again, that's me. I've been around too many thugs. I've had family members that were shot at and chased, and I've had to, unfortunately, we went into a family member's house with guns because some crack dealers had taken over. Like, they just inhabited the place. Like, I don't like that lifestyle. I prefer to stay away, as far away from that as possible. It's not okay. A lot of these niggas be both. Hey, at this point they're the same. But if they're a gay thug, see, now y'all be in. I can't say it though. They have those, you know. That's why I'm not black. Yeah, what if you're a gay thug? See, I can't say it. All of y'all started saying the same thing at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. No thugs. Yeah, we had enough. I've seen enough. I remember bringing my mom home from church one time, and there was these two dudes outside posing with a gun and taking pictures of themselves with a gun. I would rather have seen two dudes out there posing with a Pomeranian taking pictures. I would have much preferred that. Much preferred that. Just doorsteps away from my mom. I hate that. But it is what it is. Yeah.
And see, this is the interesting part.
Let's go.
When it starts, this is the interesting part when it starts to become this proclamation that gay men can't be problematic.
Absolutely.
Right. So the same way you can have a house full of thugs, you can have a gay child predator stay next door too.
You could. Absolutely.
So
yeah, gay does not automatically mean virtue. Gay does not automatically mean
exactly. So that's what I'm trying to understand. It. I understand the argument of the thug, but that also just kind of implies that there's no problematic attributes that come from gay people.
No, I don't think that's what it implies.
I mean, it kind of does, because we're doing an or. We're doing an either or right now. Remember, we're doing an either or. So one has to be implied to be better than the other.
For the person.
Even if it's, I'm saying for the person picking, is that not the case?
Yeah, but it's like lesser two. This is a lesser two evils type thing. This is what would you do? Take one in the butt for $1 million, or
right? But you said take pictures with Pomeranians.
Yeah. What's more likely with a gay couple? What's more likely with a gay? Like, I get what you're saying.
I don't know.
I'm talking about likely.
I can tell you this. I've been around more thugs. I probably know the likelihood of living around more thugs than I do some random gay people.
Yeah, I've lived around both. I've lived around and worked with both. I would prefer. Shoot, I'm related to both. Related to, lived around, and worked with both groups of people. One group is much less problematic in general. Just in general. Over the course of my life, gay people have been much less problematic.
Because I definitely wouldn't want a gay son that would be one of these like super political, hyper opinionated, overly aggressive, what's the motherfuckers that be at the parade and shit all in your face screaming and yelling? I wouldn't want that. Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Their aggression in there is like their aggression is seen differently because they get to have a parade and do it, as opposed to the dude who does it on a regular everyday basis. No.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I get that. Now, Bree said if the gay son was on drugs, she would pick up. You know, this is exactly why I can't really pick one. Too many variables. It's not as clear cut as it may seem. That's a tough question. Cat, lies, Quantum. You are the queen. You are the queen of taking the difficult stance. You pride yourself on putting yourself out there as being this person who can say and do the tough things that nobody else want to do or say because da. Quantum, you are full of it. And that's okay.
Ooh,
I feel like for $1 million, there's got to be at least one. And another dude watching the journal, also there's another witness. Yeah, it's made to expose a bias in between the lifestyles that I've seen between the gay people and the thugs. I much rather deal with gay people. Quantum is the queen of taking. I haven't seen her take anything, Greg. I can't confirm or deny. I haven't seen her take anything. Haven't seen you take anything. I mean, you know, got my suspicions about who takes what, but you know, Greg's a bottom. That's all I'm saying. And that proves the stand. Everybody picking, and I can't. You can. You absolutely can pick, but you're choosing not to, and there's nothing wrong with that. So far, out of 10 votes, 70% went gay. That just means 70% of the people here made that choice. We don't get that choice. We don't get to choose the orientation of our kids or whether they have a disposition that leads them towards streets. But okay, yeah, you're the king of it, Greg. You're the king of taking things. How about that?
Hell, at least I'll be able to help my thug son navigate the world. I can't help my gay son navigate the world. You on your own.
Okay. Man. Yeah. Now, how do we get? Does anybody else see that in the chat? Does it say for y'all gay 69%? Now, I feel like YouTube
Nice.
was being funny because out of 10 votes, you can't get 69-30.
It just works like that. It just works. Hey, man, you do not let the truth get in the way of a good lie, bro. It's a good joke.
Hilarious. That was a good one.
Let it sit.
That was a good one.
10 votes and 69%.
It is 60 and 30, 69 and 30.
That's mathematically impossible, right?
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, that's cute. 69%. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. That was cute. That was cute. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, and I didn't expect the results. Of course, for me, it was like a no-brainer. So hearing you say what you say, that trips me out a little bit. And then when I saw the results on Instagram, but it reminded me because I've lived around so many Black people, and there's a deep homophobia in the Black community. So I know we have a resistance to it. We're bothered by it on a level that I sometimes I can't understand. Because like even if we have gay family members, I've heard people that they've got a gay child, they've got a gay brother, sister, they got somebody they love and spends time with a lot that are gay, but then they'll still reject it so strong. And I'd be like, man, it's I don't understand that feeling to the same way everybody else feels. Because we had that whole thing with Roberto, because when he was like holding your son's hand up to 7 is gay. And you push back on that one. But that's how people feel. Right. If a dad holding his son's hand up to 7 is gay, or is going to make him gay. I can't remember the exact argument, but that's the kind of fear that we have in our culture.
Mm-hmm. And my thing ain't from a place of homophobia. It's more, hey, do I want my bloodline to be truly carried on in a traditional way? Yeah, I kind of do. I would like to see. I got a certain idea of my family and how I want it to go, and it's weird because we try so much to. We sit up and tell parents that you can't control your kids' outcome, but then tell parents to be more involved in their kids' life, or try to be more involved in the decisions they make. So I would have to go above and beyond to make sure my son don't become a thug. But if I see him being gay, then I just got to sit back and let it happen. You see what I'm saying? Because we ain't supposed to dictate nobody's life. And that's kind of the story that's being sold to us as parents, fathers, whatever. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Why is that nigga's
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Both of them niggas.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I saw a man walking son to school and gave him a peck on his cheek. Fucking scared about that. People are stupid. Oh, and you know what I'm saying? Hey, but that's how people feel. We have such a strong aversion to homosexuality that you get this. Like, I mean, again, Roberto told me he'd rather have a thug. Vic, like, thug son could change his ways. Even Miss O'Shun talking about is people like a thug can change. So, but how much harm can they do in the time where they're not changing? Of course, people like, no, son, I'm sorry, and pick one of the choices. Please consider 2 things to be true. Son could be a gay thug. Y'all hit that in the chat too. I don't think it matters because Judge Mathis has proved thugs can change. I'd rather have a daughter. You can't change back from sweet. Can't change back from sweet. That's
Can't
crazy.
change it. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Neither Thug. I'll take Tariq St. Patrick, who's killed like 50 people and moved drugs at his
Oh
school.
shit.
Thug. Gay, at least he'll be free. So what kind of question is that? How about neither? The devil is a lie. But yeah, I
I
thought that
can't
was
stand the
interesting.
neither people. I truly can't stand the neither people. And
Yeah.
that's just me. And that's whoever couldn't make the goddamn decision.
Yeah.
I can't stand the neither people. Pick one.
Yeah,
Or
it's
don't
tough,
say
man.
shit at all. Get the fuck out the way. Pick one. Pick a side.
But real quick, to y'all in the chat, like, what do y'all think that is? Like, is it like a selfish thing? Like, do you think like the aversion to gay is like a selfish, like that's not what I want, and the thug is like what do you think? What do you think is at the root of that? Because Yellow, you're good at sniffing out BS, like even in your own BS right now. Because I'm calling what you said BS. What do you think is at the root of
What
your
you calling
BS?
the
Just like
BS?
this.
What you
No,
calling the BS?
I'm not real BS. It's your perspective. But I'm just calling it
Right.
BS because I don't agree with it. That's why. It's just purely
Right.
because I disagree.
Of course.
So it's BS purely because I disagree. But is it purely like, is it a selfish thing of I just want my son to live the life I envisioned? So I'd rather have a thug. Like, is that why people? Because obviously nobody would want their kid. Very few people would want their kid just to be a thug. So you're making that over the opposition. Like you're making that choice, the undesirable choice. I'm sure a few people do want a thug son. Like obviously he's hyper masculine because he's a thug. Okay, cool.
I was gonna say I've seen some niggas drag their son into that life on purpose.
I've seen it too. That's why I was like, I know that obviously some, but I think that's the minority, that people that want their kid into selling drugs and killing people or shooting or even just being in that kind of groomed in that way. I think that's a minority of people. But why would you say, is it just like, okay, Bree saying fear of the unknown, but why would you make the choice? Like what's at the root of it? And I know you mentioned that's not how I've envisioned their life. And you wouldn't have any insights to offer them. You wouldn't be able to help them through anything.
There's
So
a
is
bunch
that
of things.
okay? So what is it?
Yeah, I mean the fact that I had my child with an envision of how I wanted to raise them and how I wanted the outcomes to be, and we got to sit here and play. Naive and dumb as parents. Like we didn't have kids, and the whole 9 months he was in my girl's stomach, I wasn't picturing and envisioning his life and seeing how I wanted him to live and all that other shit. And then when we get here, we supposed to act like, oh, it's just hands off. Let's see what happens. Let's roll the dice and see what happens. No, people steer their children's lives to certain directions all the time. We just decide to pick and choose whether the outcome is good and acceptable based on our personal belief. Because it's people who groom their kids to be financial experts, that the same college that they go to play the same sport they go to. If they ain't in a sport, if they're not in the same sport, they're in a sport because it's typically the same concept. So it's that. Also, it is a bit of ignorance. It is a bit of homophobia because that's just ingrained in the Black community. Homophobia is what we do. As much as we want to act like we okay with everything, we not. Because even the ones who would be like, yeah, being gay is cool, it's okay, will be the first ones to also call a man sassy. Will be the first one to call a man sassy. Will be the first one to use that same logic as a way to demean a man who just got an opinion.
Yeah. Now that's true. I've seen that. Me and Bree and them were talking about a video we had watched. It was a Black mom who regretted being a mother. She didn't enjoy motherhood. She really kind of almost had a resentment built up. But one of her things was one of her sons was gay. And then the host and her kind of like, they was like, let's take a minute on that, because they both had a reaction to having a gay child. Like it was problematic to these women. And I know so many Black women, a lot of their best friends or somebody they spend time around is a gay person. They love gay people until it's their child. So there's something in that bothers me, but not so much because since I'm not gay, it's like I can only care so much. I probably could empathize more, but it's like, it's not my fight.
Oh, no, I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm still listening though.
Do you think? But I do think it's interesting. So many people would choose a thug, especially seeing how harmed by thugs that the black community is. But I also understand the argument on the other side, how people feel like the loss of, again, I know Ty put it in the chat too, that they can have children. I know I had that discussion with Vic as well. It's like, they're gay. That doesn't mean their sperm doesn't work like heterosexual sperm. Their sperm doesn't like turn to concrete. Their sperm works, and they can still have children. They can have surrogates, you know, so that's still an option. They can have a surrogate. Obviously, the egg will be provided by a woman, but they can have children. They can be parents. That's how most parents trying to make miniature them. Yeah, they want to make a little me, mini me, mini me. You can always teach your children good morals and ethics, but the decision is still theirs. It's how they decide to live their life. That's absolute facts. I've seen so many people veer away from the path their parents laid, because sometimes there's just an energy in the child that cannot, they cannot follow the path that their parents put in front of them. They just refuse it. Even if it's a bad path, not the best path. I'll say my mother probably kind of didn't set us up for the best outcomes, but even still, I've seen people in my family make choices that even she wouldn't have made. Like, they're like, and we're all looking like, why would you do that? There's no reason for that. Nothing in your background would lead you down this path. Listen, say what you want, but the women will love their gay friend until some drama happens and you realize some women really are innately homophobic. Yeah. Only a son, yeah, was an issue, not a daughter. That's a good point. It's the gay male. You're right. You know that thing where the dad tries to intimidate his daughter's date on prom night? I knew a gay dude who had an absolute smoke show of a daughter. He won that game. That's funny. All right, y'all. We'll get back into this. Well, see breezy.
Because in Christ, there's no male or female.
Again.
Now, of course, obviously he's applying one scripture to everything. And obviously this dude right here, the one I disagree with, he's already shown scripture where they differentiate between male and female. So obviously that verse is in contrast to other verses that say the exact opposite. So, won't spend too much time on that one.
If you were male, act like one. And then again, don't come back and give a defense for someone or something that goes counter to scripture.
You cannot insult and inspire the same people that you insult. What are we going to do about the people who've been born this way? Who've been struggling with something? What about the people that we think are nasty?
Which means you need to let people know that they are in sin. If you find someone that is stealing, someone that's lying, someone that's doing drugs, are you going to not tell them that stealing, lying, or doing drugs is wrong, it's a sin, and it's...
Wait a minute, Greg. I need you to clarify this. You knew a gay dude that had a daughter. Hold up. It was his biological daughter. He put it in and later decided, okay, he didn't put it in his daughter. Greg, he got a woman pregnant. And then after he got a woman pregnant with his later daughter, he decided that he wasn't straight. I'm hoping that's what you mean. Gotta blow my nose real quick.
Dangerous. Similarly, the same thing with someone who's struggling with their sexuality.
These folks are abomination. They're nasty. Tell you what you do then. Go find every song that's been written by a gay person for the last 100 years and don't sing it in church.
Okay, fine. It's not as though the straight people didn't make any songs or we can't just sing hallelujah or holy. And so I don't know what his point is, except to say that you want to cater to this crowd. Makes me wonder.
It was the sentence structure. You immediately went from daughter to sticking it in. That's what confused me. You went from daughter and then sticking it in, then immediately decided it wasn't for him. That's what got me. Yeah, I got it. It took me a second, but I was like, I'd rather have a gay man in the pulpit than a child predator, or one that preys on women. I would mostly, especially the kids, man. Protect the kids, man, for sure. The women grown. The women are grown. They can do what they want. Just look at these preachers' kids. Many of them are off the chain. That's true. That's true. The PKs be going ham. There go Dewey. That'll be one hell of a plot twist, though. Hey, man, listen. Nope. Don't speak Simon up. Let me go back a little bit because I'm probably missed something.
What his point is, except to say that you want to cater to this crowd. Makes me wonder why a man of the cloth, why a grown man, a heterosexual man would want to do that.
Oh my.
Certainly you're not currying favor with God.
Context. It's real easy for a straight person to talk about what a gay person ought to do.
I mean,
but till you've spent a day in their context,
I don't want to.
You'll never understand the feelings that they have associated with the church.
We don't have to spend 1 day, 1 minute, 1 second in the context, in the shoes of someone who's struggling with homosexuality. Just like we don't have to spend 1 day, 1 hour, 1 second, what have you, in the same shoes or in the same context of someone who's in another sin. All we've got to go off of is the Bible. I wish that men, again, one would dress like men. Men would take care of their hair like maybe a man should. I'll deal with hair in a second, and would also preach the Bible the way a man of God should.
Jesus said, he said that's that gay shallow. The one with that one dude, his body was really loose, like with the head flipping all the way back. That one was a little. I wouldn't call it gay. Wouldn't call it gay. No, sir, you're bald.
I agree. I'm ready for him. I'm ready for him to get to that, because as a bald brother, you have officially removed yourself out of the hair conversation. So this is where he finna be all the way wrong with me.
Well, wait, but see, going to the baldness, that's actually a sign of his masculinity, because it takes that's what drives baldness is higher testosterone, allegedly.
You know what is actually the opposite. It's a sign of his femininity, because most people get their hair pattern from their mama.
That's true too. That is true.
That's how you get your baldness. I got mine hereditary through my dad's mom.
Yeah.
I had my mama hairline, so I had my mama hairline, which was back to foot kid, and then shit. I'm with the baldy. Goddamn it! All the men's in my family. That's why
nobody's equating gayness to testosterone. Greg, got to listen a little harder. We're talking about baldness and testosterone. Baldness and testosterone. Women can go bald, but there's a male pattern baldness that's activated by testosterone.
Yeah, that can happen too.
Yeah, not gayness. Or did it? Maybe it was in the video. Let me go back a little bit. Maybe I missed it in the video. I'm about to say that's not what we said.
That is not.
That's
what
alopecia. That's alopecia. You know what? I'm done with you. You couldn't even answer the question, so I don't even want to hear anything. Oh yeah. The gay was implied. No, it was not implied. It was not implied. That's what you implied.
One who's in another sin. All we've got.
When we're talking about Greg, gay is always implied.
Gay is always. You're right. That's right.
Gotta know what we do. Gay is always implied.
That whole argument of born this way is irrelevant, especially when the Bible says you must be born again. That's a good question. There was a conversation I was listening to, and they said the exact same thing. They said that about the being born again, a new creature in Christ. Yeah, I can't hear you at all. I was about to say, talk about his bald-headed mammy. Oh. Okay, I keep missing what he's saying. Let me go back.
Day, 1 minute, 1 second in the context, in the shoes of someone who's struggling with homosexuality.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
We don't have to.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I don't think we need to be in somebody's life completely to empathize with them. I don't think you have to go through every walk of life to understand enough of it to know whether you want to go down that path or not. Like, I don't want to smoke crack to understand what the life of a crackhead is. If they need help, I'd rather just help them. I don't want to have to smoke crack to be like, this is what you know what I'm saying? I agree with him on not having to step in everybody's shoes to be able to empathize or help or to assist or to love or to care. You don't need to have those experiences. So I agree with him on that part.
Yeah, everything don't need the one-to-one experience unless you're a relationship expert. You have to be in a fucking relationship, a successful relationship, at least some fucking sniffle of a goddamn relationship to consider yourself a relationship expert.
Wise people learn from the experience of others. Absolutely. Because I really don't want to learn the hard way what crack can do to your life. I don't want to learn the hard way.
I mean, I can lose about 20 pounds though,
And
because I
that's
see
the
them
only
make them
thing.
skinny.
But I've also seen some of their teeth. I've also seen some of their skin. I don't want to go through.
We about to be 50 in like 15 years, nigga. Teeth finna
man.
be out of
Yeah,
that.
5, bro. 5. And I had some beef jerky the other day and I felt a pain in my tooth when I bit down. I'm like, no, I'm not ready.
Like,
I'm not
so
ready.
what's just enough crack
Man.
to lose 20 pounds? Like, what's just enough crack to lose 20 pounds?
Maybe pause. This is pre-pause. I'm gonna pre-pause this. Maybe if you don't smoke the crack, but like every now and then you like slip a little powder under your tongue or something. Maybe.
I mean, you know,
or like the everlasting,
know.
or like Charlie, the everlasting gobstopper. You put it in your
So
mouth and then take it out. Put it in your pocket.
It's like okay, I'm with you.
Go
I'm
on.
with you. I'm gonna see now, Greg. Now we need you. Now we need you. I feel like this is like somewhere down.
No,
he might know somebody that knows somebody that can tell him.
Mm-hmm. Nah.
Supervise? Fuck no. Participate?
Supervise.
Greg can't supervise shit I participate in. Hell no.
He would let you roll on the floor. He would let you roll on the floor a few times in like a crack seizure, and laugh at you for a quick second. But then make sure you didn't bite your tongue off. Like Greg's that person that lets you do something stupid just a little bit, but then make sure you're safe. He's like a Sour Patch Kid. Paul said, become all things to men, so you must become a crackhead to say, you know what? Ozempic would be better than crack Zempic. You're right.
But see, Ozempic expensive. I can go down the street right now.
Yeah.
And go get some crack.
On the cheap.
For real. You know what I'm saying? Like Ozempic, I gotta go to the doctor. That shit gonna cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I go get some booger sugar from down the street real quick.
Yeah. Nope.
And be able to rebuild a whole car.
Yeah, but I don't want to lose weight that bad. I'm not even gonna lie.
I kind of do.
Okay. Well, what did Shannon say? Tell me how that work out for you.
Tell me how that work out for you.
Spend 1 day, 1 hour, 1 second, what have you, in the same shoes or in the same context of someone who's in another sin. All we've got to go off of is the Bible. I wish that men, again, one would dress like men. Men would take care of their hair like maybe a man should. I'll deal with hair in a second, and would also preach the Bible the way a man of God should.
Jesus said absolutely nothing about same-sex relationships.
What?
And are you telling me that this was such a hot button issue?
Now, okay, real quick. Obviously, it's a big deal for Christians. The homosexuality, the abomination, that's in the Bible. Cool. That's an abomination. Like one time in the Bible. Lying lips or something about lying, that's in the Bible. I want to say 7 times, either 7, 9, or 11. I remember it was an odd number. It's either 7, 9, or 11. So the abomination of lying is much more prevalent in the Bible than the abomination of homosexuality. That's one. Jesus, we want to cite Jesus. Jesus was found in the garden with a half-naked man. Like they had like a cloth over him, but otherwise he was naked. Why was Jesus in the garden with a naked man at the moment he was getting arrested? That's sus to me. But I'm always going to bring that up. When we talk about Jesus and homosexuality, I'm always going to bring up, why was he in the garden when his boys was falling asleep? His boys kept falling. They didn't entreat as far into the Garden of Gethsemane as he did. Why was he found with the naked man, a young man, naked young man? I'm thinking that was an effeminate. I'm thinking that was a young boy. But anyway, we're not going back into my old blasphemy. Okay, I said I wasn't going to blaspheme.
Hey man, look,
I said I wasn't going to blaspheme.
When you need love, you need love, brother.
Nah, not from a naked young man. That's not my ministry. That's not my ministry.
But if that's what you
it's not my ministry. That's not my ministry. I'm saying
if that's what you like, though,
that's not my ministry. Is all I'm saying. For me personally,
that's type.
As for me in my house, as for me in my house,
after you and your,
we will serve.
You gonna serve what?
The womans. Trying to keep it clean. Well, we like a certain thing. We like the what did you say? The rivers of flowing water. You know, the rivers. We like the rivers. We like the rivers of water. That's what we like. That's it. We don't want the tree planted by the rivers. We don't want the tree planted by the rivers. We don't want anything erect and tall. No, we don't want that. We like the rivers of flowing water.
The flowing river of life and goodness and comfort.
Absolutely.
Just to float in.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Gotcha.
I thought it was an abomination if it was related to raping a child. That's probably, there's a lots of abominations in the Bible. There's lots of abominations. The one that gets brought up the most is homosexuality, which I'm okay with that being in the Bible, and you still treating people who are gay reasonably. That doesn't mean you have to go up to them and call them an abomination. Doesn't mean you have to treat them any kind of way. They're people. They do something that you find abominable. But also, lying lips are an abomination. Divorce. God hates divorce. God, how many divorced people do you know that remarry? God hates divorce. That's what it says in the Bible. Nobody talks about that. Divorce all through the church. Divorce all through the church. But God hates divorce. But anyway, that's just,
Sure.
See the homophobia on this channel? Can't even kiss the homies goodnight. Good question. Maybe he prayed until his clothes fell off. I mean, I've never prayed until my clothes fell off.
Wow.
Oh, man, that's a heck of a prayer session. David danced until his clothes fell off. That's a maybe, or maybe he was a homeless and now that's possible. Maybe he was homeless in the garden, already naked, suffering from some kind of mental illness, and Jesus had just healed his mind. Jesus might have just healed his mind. It didn't get included because none of his boys, his apostles, couldn't go that far into him, and they couldn't stay awake. So maybe nobody knew, but he had just healed the mind of that young person. That
wasn't no salvation. Wasn't no Salvation Army back then. You couldn't just go get no clothes if you was home. You right. Yeah. Right.
Paul said,
or
with the holy
or you know what I'm saying. Jesus and old boy was back there, you know what I'm saying? Getting their Brokeback Mountain on. And that's fine. If y'all Lord and Savior was playing hide the sausage with one of the you try crossing some land that's long, vast ass fucking land. They was walking half the time. You know how long it take to get from one city to the next back then? It may see you reading a book and you thinking that it's just like how the next scene cut. No, I mean, it probably took like 2-3 months to get to the next part of the Bible that you read. Like you read one part,
it took 3 months. 3 months. Yeah. A lot of the stuff they were like days away from these different places. A lot of times, like 2 to 3 days walk or ride. There were a lot of times these things were at least days apart. But you are right.
I know I heard one trip took 40 days, 40 nights. So I mean,
now that was a 3-day trip too, but it took 40 years to do it because of their relationship.
Okay, I mean, however long it took, I'm dead 40 years or 40 days.
Nah, they were in there 40 years.
Oh shit, nigga, I'm putting my dick in something. I'm sorry, I got this in church straight. Oh, man. I'm just saying, my nigga. Hey, look.
Greg, thanks for the cash app, man. Let me just shout out to Greg, man, for the cash app, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate for the cash app the other day. We had to have a talk about that. I had to make sure. Yeah. See, yellow top. See, how's that not? You know what? I ain't even gonna have that argument. I'm gonna get back to the video. Let me see what this guy's saying. Y'all can't stand y'all.
Good.
Jesus said,
y'all, I said I wasn't gonna blaspheme. Y'all got me blaspheming again.
What?
Stop
man?
it. Stop it. Y'all got me taking crack Zempic. See what y'all do to me? See what y'all do?
I mean,
absolutely nothing about same-sex relationships. And are you telling me that this was such a
that one about the fact that Jesus didn't say anything about same-sex relationships does not make it not an issue that Jesus would have had an issue with. Like it's a weird thing to say because there was not a lot of record about all the different things that Jesus did. Like there were years of his life that were unaccounted for, and they didn't account for every single thing that he said. He dealt with a lot of different things, and most of it was in relationship to the church. So it's weird. It's weird that this guy would make that argument, but I'm gonna let him make it.
Hot button issue for Jesus that it just magically didn't appear in any of that they just forgot to mention that he talked about homosexuality. I don't buy it.
First of all, Jesus did. Number one, because he's got all throughout the scriptures, we see him talking about that. So that's incorrect.
Okay, bring up a verse. See, now this guy likes to bring up verses and the trailer. I would have liked him to sing a because if somebody in the chat remembers, I do not remember Jesus talking about homosexuality. But that doesn't negate the fact that because of his religious leanings, he would have had a problem with it. He was clear about what he believed in. There was the violation of God and then the violation of each other, but he did not like the rules and religiosity of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. So that was the thing. But he definitely would have taken the biblical stance of your behavior needs to lean towards God and loving each other. So I like you can get the principles of Jesus. Jesus liked to suffer the children. He wanted people to take care of the lesser. Like he had principles that were easy to discern. So if God said it was an abomination in the Old Testament, which is what Jesus would have known, Jesus would have gotten the doctrine from the Old Testament because there was no New Testament. He is the beginning of the New Testament. So his life would have been only Old Testament. He would have understood that the principle was that homosexuality was an abomination. Just because he didn't preach it, it's probably because it was a known thing. Like it was a known. Like we don't go around speaking known knowns. Like everybody knows the sky is blue. So everybody doesn't sit around talking about why is the sky blue because we know it to be, we accept it. So Jesus wouldn't have to address that too much. What he was addressing was what was important at that time. But anyway, that I don't know why that was bothering me. I don't know. Maybe it's because he's like trying to, I don't know. I don't like the way he's doing it. That's
so okay. So what you're saying is this, right? So take from the who like me. Right? So what you're saying is this. To think that it wouldn't have been in his, even if Jesus wasn't documented or mentioning it, to think that it couldn't have been within his belief system and belief structure, since he believes everything encompassed within this book. He's the embodiment of, or he's the idea, he's the illustration of what this means, right?
Right.
What all of this means. This is all of what we doing. So yeah, to think that he didn't mention the thing would be like absurd. Or to think that he at least didn't feel no way about it. I wouldn't say mention it, because you clearly saying he didn't mention it. But for him to be a part of this and think he don't have no type of feeling about it. But he had a mission ultimately, right? Like most of I guess like a candidate or something like that. Like if he was a campaign,
he had a platform,
right? Like he had a certain thing he was standing on, and it was the treatment of the people, right? Okay, so yeah, that would make sense. Like, why would, if I'm running for a certain office and gay rights ain't my platform,
why would I be bringing that up? Like, it's not, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to reform homosexuals. He was actually trying to resolve the house of Israel. He was trying to bring the house of Israel back in order, which is why when I read the Bible for myself, the early Jesus was funny, because when he told that lady, because there was a lady, she was not Jewish, and she was trying to get favor with Jesus, and I can't remember the entire. It's been a while since I've been studying, y'all. Forgive me. So I kind of remember the principle, but not the exact words in scriptures. But he told that lady basically, "You're not fit to get the table scraps," and she was like, "But because of her faith and her persistence, I love the fact that he came back around and was like, okay." Yeah, because of your faith. And people, that it switched from Jesus was only for Israel and the Jewish people, but then he flipped it up and was like bringing in anybody, because he was refused by his people. But he came for his people first. He was like America first. He was like Israel first, Jews first. Like he was looking for his people. But when they rejected him, he broadened it out. Like, okay, I'm bringing everybody in the kingdom of God, but I had to bring it to my people first, which, I respect that. But it was funny when he told the lady she couldn't get the scraps from the table. I was like, ooh, that was oof. You can't get the scraps from the table. I was like, dang, that was crucial. That would have hurt somebody. Like, hey, can you help me? You can't get the scraps from my table.
He was on his early Kevin Samuel.
But yeah, he was about his people. He was about Israel, America first. It was dope. But I mean, when you read about what Jesus said and did, it's kind of interesting, because it's not the Jesus that I got through the portrayal from the pulpit. It was a totally different Jesus and a totally different story. He had a character arc that I could appreciate. These are more about healing aspect of his people, by casting out devils, setting people free from bondage of the law. Yeah, because people do get bound by law, like kind of like we did yesterday with the syrup on the Bible. We get bound by a lot of I would say, like the culture that we develop around the church and the systems, as opposed to what it actually says in the Bible. But Jesus's main two commandments, this is what I center things around. when everybody is, I think it's recorded in at least 3 of the Gospels about the great commandment: love God and love each other like you love yourselves. Like, love each other, love God, love other humans, like, or at least your brothers. Like, people I've heard interpretation where it's just talking about the other believers in Christ. I could even accept that. Maybe it's not all humanity, it's the other believers in Christ, but either there should be a love at least for the people who also profess Christ and are serving with you in the ministry. I could even get down with that. He explained that he was so pure, if he looked at anyone with lust, he would take his own eye out. But he obviously had strong opinions about fucking. He never bothered to share. Yeah, he didn't talk about it a lot. But as far as like lust, as far as murder, he spoke about divorce. So would that mean that divorce is worse in Jesus's eyes to the kingdom of God than homosexuality? So sexual immorality is a big thing. He brought that up. Divorce is a big thing because people brought that to him. Actually, people brought that to him. Who you married to if you divorce and remarry? So people brought that to him. I won't say he brought it up. People brought that to him. He said, "You are not qualified." And the law was the law of death. And the OC, anyone who got caught in adultery or homosexuality were condemned to death. Yeah. And they were still trying to stone that lady when he was like, he who was without sin cast the first stone. So there's still that thing. Yeah. And then she didn't get
that's crazy to think that if that happened now, somebody would pick up the stone and still throw it.
Of course. Mm-hmm. It's a lot. You're right. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot to it. Paul was just a dude. I wouldn't say he was just a dude. I mean, he wasn't, the son of God. He wasn't, immaculately conceived. He wasn't that. But he was Saul. He had a conversion story. That's pretty. Yes, it's not just a dude. To totally flip flop from persecuting and killing Christians to becoming one and converting people to Christianity. That's I like to give him more credit than that. But I get what you're saying. He was just a mere mortal.
The scriptures, we see him talking about that. So that's incorrect.
Let's just say that 3,000 years ago, that's the way God thought. Okay, but God can change God's mind. God can grow and evolve. God is everlasting and ever changing.
God can change God's mind. God can grow. God can evolve. God is ever changing. Find that in the scripture. A gay person,
you won't really find it, because this actually says God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. But the people's interpretation of God has changed. So because we change our interpretation of God over time, we feel like God changes. Me, as a non-Christian, because I have read the Bible, I see the way God behaves, his behaviors and values, what are ascribed to God in the Bible are different from the Old Testament to the New Testament. But again, I say that's ascribed to God. God did not write the Bible. God did not write those scriptures. So for me, I don't feel like I know what God has been and will be. I feel like I know what people have said God is and will be. And that has definitely changed. But I wouldn't speak for God, because I'm not one of those people that hears his voice or has dreams that tell me what my kingdom spouse will be.
And I swear that would be the only entity.
You are
the only entity. That's why I stay out of it, because I feel like it would be pointless to sit up. Not pointless to sit up. Let me say this. Not pointless to sit up and have this conversation, because these conversations is cool. I understand this is it's like any other topic situation people are passionate about.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the thing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's these are all guesses, all from an outsider looking in, because you choose not to be Christian because you's like, no, I see this bullshit. You tried it at least.
No, yeah. I stuck the tip in.
See me now. Nah.
To Craig's chat earlier, I stuck it in, but I was like, nah, this ain't for me.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with little experimentation, right?
Yeah.
But
now, see, Bree, like, again, biblically, in the Bible that was written by people, they ascribe that to God. But I'm not going to, again, somebody who's chosen not to believe the Bible as literal, I'm not going to say that's what God did. I'm not going to say that God changed his mind in reality. But I will say that people's interpretation of God, they wrote down that, yes, he changed his mind and evolved and change, because again, he has an Old Testament, an Old Covenant, and a New Covenant. Why do you need a New Covenant unless you change from the Old Covenant? There's obviously a revision if you take the Bible, but again, I'm putting in my personal caveat. It was written by men. Men have interpreted that there's a different covenant. Men believe that. So I'm putting in my personal caveat.
I'm finna say that's what it seemed like to me. It seemed like one of them movies where the ruler becomes a good guy at the end. Like I think Darth Vader eventually
Redemption.
Yeah, like he got a redemption arc, and then it becomes this benevolent, loving God after he was just bitch slapping the shit out of everybody for any little small infraction. Like any small infraction was getting your foot. A lot of people don't make that drastic of a change.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it definitely seems like somebody went in there and was like, you know what? We can't have this character looking like this now. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? We gotta rewrite that.
Yeah. There were definitely some changes to, I'm not even gonna call it the character of God. I don't want to call it the character of God. And I won't even say the values of God, but the way God's behavior was. Because in the Old Testament, whether you look at Job or you look at, I'm trying to think of the other place. I want to say Genesis, when he was dealing with not Lot, Abraham. When he was dealing with Abraham, he was open to bargaining. Like, so Jesus or God was open to bargaining in the Old Testament. He met with people face to face, and he was able to bargain, because Abraham got him down from like 50 people to, if I can find just one righteous person, would you not destroy it? Like he was bargaining, and God was open to it. So bargaining was a part of God's behavior. And he did it with Job too, when he bargained with the devil, like, I'm gonna get him to curse you. So like he bargained, but his value set seems different. He did repent of making people a couple of times in the Old Testament too. Like, I wish I wouldn't have done that. But I don't know that means he changed his mind. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I would like, so this is me being pedantic. I'm niggling. I'm picking up a small thing. So when the pastor says God changes his mind, is it his intention? Because God never actually destroyed. He had the flood, but he left a way out. He always leaves a way out. The ram in the bush. There's always a path to salvation in God. So for me, there's always the same through line for God from the very beginning to the very end. There's a way out. And I think that's the same. So when I dig into what I would say the core of God is, when I've read the Bible, that has remained the same. Even if the way he has behaved towards different groups of people in different times, the through line remains of his core character traits. Like he's open to bargaining and petition. He's always going to leave a way out for you, a way for you to save yourself if you're open to it, if you can see it, if you can perceive it, if you can believe in it. And then he's very, I guess that's the salvific part. But then I would also say he has a desire to pull you up out of bad situations, which means he's going to let you fall into them. That's true in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. You will suffer, and then you'll get to see him pull you out of it, and he'll be glorified from that. Like, so there's some through lines that I can say have been unchanging, but that would be me being niggling. But I get what you're saying, because that's how I used to think about it too. He definitely changed, but I'm like, when I thought about it, when I actually thought about the Old Testament and the New Testament, the core character traits, the core competencies of God, they didn't really change for me. God just told me everyone should walk outside tonight at 8 p.m. and have a circle jerk. Never. Sorry. Men sat around and voted on what to put in. Meanwhile, JC was teaching from no book. The man in the video was saying the Bible doesn't say that. Yeah, I got what you said. I knew what you were saying. I wanted to clarify my thought on it, because I know I haven't before, but it's also, I think it's something that people struggle with, because it feels like between the Old Testament and the New Testament, you get judgment and wrath in the Old Testament, and you get grace and salvation in the New Testament. But I actually think it's the same theme, but it's just the behavior. Like the way I behave in one setting is not the behavior I bring to another setting, but the core competencies and values are the same. So I think it's the same God. It's just the way those people are, the way they were in the Old Testament, you had to treat them a certain way. Yeah, Nineveh as well. Old Testament was just a gambling addict. I'm being Sniggles. Yes, Sniggles. Yeah. Ah, man. I love the story of Job. That was a true eye opener. Y'all work together. Okay. I can't see it. Now the story of Job was cool. There was a lot of verbiage in the middle. I would say from chapter 4 through 38, I want to say it was a lot of back and forth. But the beginning and the end part, oh my God, that was dope.
Who still wants?
I think it's like 38 through 41. It might be 41 chapters. I might be a little off, but it's like the last 3 chapters of Job is super dope. After you read the beginning, you can skip the whole middle. You shouldn't, but you can.
To attend church after the way the church has treated the gay community? I'm telling you, they have more faith than I do. They have more faith than a lot of you. A gay person who knows, you know what? I might not be accepted here, but I'm going to try it anyway.
Again, why do male pastors, preachers, why do you want to defend homosexuality, or why do you want to come against those who want to also come against?
So basically, this feels like a hit piece. Like he's mad that people they don't hate gays as much as he does. That's what it feels like, because that guy wasn't even defending homosexuality. He just said, like, why can't they come to church? He's being extra for me.
Against it. Again, you're not currying favor with God, so who then are you currying favor with or for?
Any situation where you've been made to feel like the option, opt out. It really is as simple as that. You should not be a multiple choice question considering everything that you are.
Matthew Stevenson, Dr. Apostle Matthew Stevenson, is one of the most egregious, one of the most effeminate men that you could ever see in the pulpit. Now, questions have abounded about his sexuality. We won't go there. I don't know. But what I can tell you is he is without question soft and effeminate.
Ooh. He said that.
Soft and effeminate. But what I can tell you is he is without question soft and I don't know. But what I can tell you is he is without question soft and effeminate.
Sing it again. SAWFG. Soul?
It's amazing that other people don't have the same sort of outrage. Now, some do.
Yeah. Now, again, that was flashy. That white one with the sparkly shoes, that was a little flashy and flamboyant. It looks like silk or something, but I don't know. I just don't think that's gay. I don't think that's necessarily it don't feel feminine. I don't know, the deep plunging V line. I ain't gonna lie. The plunging V neck, that's one thing, but you know, it is what it is.
I mean, to be fair, he looked like an unlockable character of Street Fighter. I wouldn't take gay. He looked like he got a Ken or Ryu, alternate gi, or like Mortal Kombat, like Scorpion. This is that's his Scorpion look. There we go.
So these are horrible examples of ministry. Okay, now I can get that. Now, as far as the presentation of what you want in your personal pastor, like what would you want in your pastor? I can accept. If I had a pastor that dressed like this, I wouldn't. It would be weird. I wouldn't call it feminine, but I would think he was I would think he was a player. I would think he was cycling through women. That image, like that's what that would. He's got women lined up, and women in the church, women out of the church. He's got women lined up. He's going to appeal to a lot of women, but I wouldn't call that gay. Wouldn't call it gay. Would I want it in my pastor? No. And that part, I think, is because of the type of shirt it is with the tails. I mean, that's definitely the same type of thing. As far as the Hebrews in the Bible, they would have had something like that on, but it would have had the little fringes or frills on it. I can't remember what the Bible said, fringes, frills. They had a very specific thing. Blue tassels.
That's Bruce Lee chic right there.
Now this one,
I swear Bruce Lee, that same thing he got on right there. Run it back.
Yeah. Hold up real quick.
I got you. The same black outfit. That black outfit he got on.
But even that, I mean, it's got the little like the gi, the tie. It's got the little tie, like the Asian, the kimono, not the kimono, but you know, like the gi when you're in.
That's what I'm saying, like the gi, like a black belt.
Class. Yeah. He's even got the belt tie. Yeah, there we go. But that would make it, I guess, if somebody was just simply think, it would make it look like a dress with splits on the side. If you're very like simplifying it to the highest order, that's obviously not a dress. You got on pants under it, but I can see people having a problem with it if you have a really hard time with gender. What's this? Me or not? There's too much conforming to this world. Now, Brother Vaughn, I could agree with you there. I could agree with you on that. As far as church culture, we did that with the music and entertainment as far as preaching. I would, because the Bible spoke a lot about Christianity, and they were seen as peculiar people set apart. They were different. You knew that they were different by the way that they lived. It was a different culture, and you recognized the difference in the culture. Like as soon as you saw it, you knew it was different. That's what I respect. I respect that. So people that are saying we should not look like the world, I totally respect that. We should not be following the trends that everybody else is following. I totally respect that. Now, this time he's in church. This is on a pulpit. So this time is pulpit. The white outfit looked like a personal thing. The black, this one is church. The white one, no. Yeah, he's definitely got them vibes.
I'm with Greg on the. Oh, you ain't down there yet.
Nah.
No.
Or have been on rebuking the gays or gay them say, hey, listen, there be a lot of that closeted. If that's what you focus on, I can see just being like, that's not, that's not of God, that's an abomination, blah, blah, blah. I can see that. But if that's your focus, if you focus on that one thing, I'm definitely questioning. Yeah, Kung Fu Master. Celebs are wearing these fits. Yeah. So I'm with Vaughn on that. You should not be like emulating the celebrities if you are a pastor. But I know that entertainment has infiltrated the pulpit. Yeah, black men, Nigerian men dress like this all the time. Yeah, he don't like the tightness for sure.
There you go, Greg. That's what I was talking about right there.
Yeah.
That nigga like he finna either cook or get into a knife fight.
Thank you. A tunic. That's a great word. A tunic. Yeah, I don't think that's feminine at all for me. That one, definitely not. I think it might have, I can't see what that is. It might be some kind of pattern at the top. The last one was definitely more like if my pastor was just like this, like in the pulpit, no, you're being too swaggy. There's a world swag. I can't deal with that. This, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Shout out to B. Anderson, appreciate you. Yeah, tunic, I can deal with that. That's a good word for it. But a dress, in my mind, a dress is styled and fitted for the body of a woman. So that's why I would separate that with like a tunic. That's not fitted or styled for a woman. Yeah, like you can tell. There's no difference. Everybody's doing the stanky leg. How do we separate the saints from the sinner? Now I get you. I believe in the peculiar people set apart. I would like to see the difference. I would like to, if I see somebody on the street, the way they dress, the way they carry themselves, I would love to know. Like, oh, you must be a part of something different. I would love to be able to know that. But I knew too many people that said that they were Christian. I was hanging out with them on Saturday, and it was like, I gotta leave because I gotta go to church in the morning. I'm like, you out here debaucherous. What are you doing? But if that's what they want to do, I'm like, there's nothing that stops them. And that Batman, wherever his day job was a chef. Same different. I'm Yasin. Appreciate you coming through. Good to see you. Bruce Lee fan for sure. Okay.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And that's true too. In the heart of a person, we can't know the difference between the Satan and the sinner. But as far as the culture and the lifestyle of a Christian and somebody who's in the street, like there should be a discernible difference, in my opinion. Martial arts, masterful style. It's too cis for a man. Okay. It's fashionable for men to wear this on Easter culture. Okay. Be like Watcha.
Be like Watcha.
It's not film because I ain't seen a film where on any day walking around like this. Now, this one for me is not feminine at all. Yeah. Even the last one, it wasn't feminine. It was just too flashy. It was too flamboyant. That one, for a pastor, I wouldn't want that.
Hit like a Sith Lord. I wouldn't even give him like.
It's amazing that other people.
You wouldn't even give him what?
I wouldn't. Right, feminine ain't even the thing that I'm talking about. I would even think like that nigga, like he got he's Sith trained in the Force. He probably got like lightsaber or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
I like Greg's level of his masculinity test is if this dude walked up on me demanding my wallet, would I give it to him? That's Greg's masculinity check. I like that. I'm not fighting. I don't even keep a lot in my wallet. Most of my cards they're never in my wallet. So I take the wallet. That's what, one ID. That's what, $30. I'll replace that. You might get a card, but you ain't gonna find it because I got a little hidden compartment. I love it. Anyway, I'm only taking one out the house, and I don't keep cash. Anyway, just don't take my phone. That's why I want to sew in a hidden compartment, like in my pants or something, to keep my phone. I can't lose my phone. That's going to be the harder thing to lose will be my phone. It's got everything in. You ain't gonna be able to unlock it, but man, dang, I don't want to replace that. Anyway,
people don't have the same sort of outrage. Now, some do, some don't. But again, Jesus makes a point about someone using the same word, malakois, someone who's soft. He juxtaposes these soft men with someone like John. John was focused on the task, focused on the mission at hand. He was not focused about how he looked.
Now again, when we looked up, when I looked up, I did not show it on screen, but when I looked up that in the Strong's Concordance, that word soft was either soft to the touch, which is not what this now this time it is, because it says those who wear soft clothing. Let him say what he's saying. Because last time he used soft the wrong way. So let's see if he does it the right way this time.
Jesus makes a point about someone using the same word, malakois, someone who's soft. He juxtaposes these soft men with someone like John. John was focused on the task, focused on the mission at hand. He was not focused about how he looked, how he carried himself. He was focused about doing his job, about being a person of God. Meanwhile, compare that to the Pharisees, the people that live in these kingdoms, these rulers, these folks who are concerned about how.
So he's not even reading the scripture, but it says, but what did you go out to see? A man dressed in soft clothing? Those who wear soft clothing are in king's palaces. So I would argue that, I wonder, verses in Matthew. A prophet, yes, I tell you, and one who is more than a prophet. This is the one about whom it is. Because see, the problem with that is the people who were in the temple in Jerusalem, their tunics were adorned with jewels. So I don't know. It's a line.
How they look, how they dress, as Jesus called them, whitewashed tombs, beautiful on the outside, full of dead man's bones on the inside. Notice the contrast. He says, but what did you see?
Boomer.
Speaking about John the Baptist, a man dressed in soft clothing. There's that word, malakois, the same word that we saw in 1 Corinthians 6:9, called effeminate. Do you see these soft men dressed in soft clothing? Those who wear soft clothing are in, or those who wear soft things are in the king's palace. Those who wear these soft things, those who bear, by the way, this word that's used here is the word bear. So anyone that is projecting anything soft.
He said soft clothing. It was clearly talking about clothing. Now he's trying to switch it.
That's what we see too often. We see men wear that with their pants. We see it in their clothes. Even men who come off as hypersexual, right. There's a reason for it.
Because cotton is soft. Yes. Because
I was gonna say, I hope this nigga wears rough fur and animal skin. Nigga, right? Your t-shirt right now is 100% cotton, unless you got soft. One of them cheap motherfuckers. Soft, nigga. That's why clothes are soft, nigga.
Yeah. That tunic, that tunic was not soft to the skin. That was not a soft material. Now that silk joint he had on,
it probably was. They don't just because they look like the old school, that don't mean that shit is rough to put on. They didn't improve the fabric because they can manufacture it different. Even if they're using the same stuff. Like, even if they're using the same thing from the same animal, they can manufacture it completely different now, to the point to where that shit come out nice and comfortable and cool. Because you're not finna tell me they dress like that from head to toe and then they don't be hot as hell. You know what I'm saying? I know they were hot as hell back then. People don't be hot as hell now because they made the shit better. It's breathable now.
Oh, shoot.
I could be in 175 degree heat head to toe.
Yeah.
And it don't be a problem. Yeah. Nigga, I can't walk outside with shorts and fucking t-shirt on in 80 degree heat. I'm a melt.
Yeah, but Oh man, but yeah, that's funny.
For that, don't think that when you hear and see these men that are even talking about the number of women that they've been around and so forth, there is a reason for that. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. But then someone who is even projecting this soft style with their hair, and someone will say, "Are you telling me, Corey, that having long hair or certain hairstyles can be soft?" I'm saying having long hair or certain hairstyles can be soft. Now, obviously, what is the length? The Bible didn't give us a length, a ruler to determine what the length of a man's hair should be, but he does say, does not even nature itself teach you that if a man has long hair, it is a dishonor to him? Well,
Okay,
did he say that
Hold up.
knowing full well that
I was trying to queue up this next video? My bad.
Does not even a ruler to determine what the length of
My
a man's
bad.
hair should be, but he does say does not
Man, I
even
hate
nature
that.
itself.
That's why I make sure my collar stay right. I'm seeing what Bree talking about. That's why I make sure my collar don't look like that. I can't stand that little part of my neck showing out my t-shirt. That's
Does
how you
not
know you
even
got a cheap
nature
t-shirt.
itself teach
So you know you got a cheap shirt. That's how you know you got a cheap shirt on. Go ahead. Which I know.
Hold up real quick. Let me catch up on this. So you're saying if you're wearing 80-20, different frequency. Okay. I love the masculine virtue dudes. He's on an air conditioned room and pays other dude to change his oil. It's a golden gilded t-shirt. The shoulder seams barely hanging on. No, I don't play his shoulder seams.
That's why. That's why you know you got a cheap shirt. Gilded shirts, it's cheap as hell.
His speech is soft. Bald head hating. Yeah, he hating.
No,
So
we ain't gonna have no bald head.
Man.
We ain't gonna have no bald head.
They're not. I guess because they have long hair, but again, he said it doesn't mention how long it is for it to count. Yeah, and Jesus and them, a lot of them would have had longer hair. Like they would. Not everybody was all clean shaven. They didn't wear tapers and fades a lot of times.
Man, they wasn't just cutting hair back then.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, because a lot of the things that were made, even in that time, a lot of men had longer hair, but how long? I would bet during that time, long was like, they talking about to the butt, like that really long women, like they be wearing some long, they be having some long hair just out there. But does not even, I might have to study the scripture. It says, does not even nature itself teach you that if a man has long hair, it is a dishonor to him? I don't know how you would get that from nature. Because there are several animals that grow long fur or long hair. So I wonder what I would have to, not even him, just this verse himself. Yeah, Samson had long hair, and that was a source of his strength. So I would have to actually study the scripture. I have never studied the scripture for sure. I know that. Does not even nature itself teach you that if a man has long hair? But if a woman has long hair, is a glory to her. For her hair is given to her for a covering. Because see, now that part I've heard before, but I never studied it because I'm like, we have hair too. So wouldn't that be a covering? Why is it a covering for her, not for us? I don't know. The one is inclined to be contentious. We have no other practice, nor have the churches of God. Okay, let me let that
teach you that if a man has long hair, it is a dishonor to him. Well, did he say that knowing full well that 2024 will come around and men will have long hair? Well, what has also increased? I'll tell you what's increased. Homosexual activity has increased. The rate of divorce. Why? Because men with long hair have to take care of long hair and they want to style it. I'm not saying that having long hair is necessarily a sin, but it can get to a point to where it becomes a sin. It can get to a point to where you.
Well, see, I gotta see real quick, Greg, though, but I gotta push back on that. They were in the hygiene rituals, but as far as the hair, they also didn't want you having the size of your hair shaved. It's like I would wonder, like, are you aware of the length of hair that they typically kept? But go ahead.
No.
And they were shepherds, so how in nature would they think that shepherds, like there was a lot, they were agrarian, so there was a lot of sheep. If nothing else, even if you were just purely in the city, you probably still were around a lot of sheep. People used to sacrifice them. So it's like, how would you think that males in nature didn't have long hair? Because they used the hair. Like, so I don't know. I don't know. Oh no. There went Bree. Bree done got activated. Bree mode activated. Y'all must not have known.
You want to style it and look a certain way. You're so concerned about yourself.
I don't know, man.
And I'm not saying that you should walk around like an ogre, that you shouldn't have good grooming habits and good hygiene habits. No, But what I'm saying is, if your focus is your outer appearance, how much you look good and smell good and so forth, therein lies a problem. That is not what God is after. And smell good and so no. But what I'm saying is that you shouldn't have good grooming habits and good hygiene habits. No. But what I'm saying is, if your focus is your outer appearance, how much you look good and smell good and so forth, therein lies a problem.
I mean, yeah, if you're focused on vanity, if you're focused on looking good, like if that's your focus, of course that's a problem. Like I would even say that on a normal person, forget church, like a normal person whose only focus is to look good, only focus in beauty, that's vanity. Like, I get that. That's a ego problem anyway. That typically invokes problems in or out of the church. So I mean, to me, that's one of those things that didn't need to be said. I don't think all of those pastors are solely. I mean, again, we just saw Mike Todd throwing pies and ketchup in a suit. So I don't know if all the time them dressing well means that they're vain. I don't think that's always the case.
That is not what God is after. The same way that he didn't want women to spend too much time in their appearance with too much makeup and things like that. Rather be beautiful on the inside, as he says, for a woman. The same for a man. Be a man. Be a man. Now, me personally, I don't really have any friends with long hair. It wasn't necessarily by design or by choice. That's just maybe who I am. And people like that tend to gravitate around folks who believe the same way. But a lot of these men, even those with short hair, fine, who spend more time or just as much time competing with a woman and her looks, that's a problem. That is a red
Was he getting
flag.
ready to cuss? Hold up. Come on, Pastor. Come on, Pastor. Like cuss.
Competing with a woman and her looks, that's a problem. That is,
yeah,
That's
let's
a
go.
motherfucking problem.
Yeah, he's about to drop that F-bomb. Let's go.
as much time competing with a woman and her looks. That's a problem. That is a red flag. You see soft men behaving like soft men, and sometimes it goes under the radar for some people. What do soft men do? Soft men like the company of other men. Either soft men like the company of other men, other soft men sometimes, but just men, period. They don't know how to talk to you one-on-one. If a person wants to talk to you with the crowd, either online or with other people, they've got to bring other people to talk to you. That is a soft man. I don't care how loud he gets, how much he barks. A real man, an actual man, a man's man will want to talk to you one-on-one. Seen it over and over again, and without fail, soft men need other people around. Soft men need the validation of other people. That's why they wear their hair a certain way, or that's why they wear certain clothes. That's why they wear certain pants, the tight jeans. It gets them noticed. That's why they dress the way they act. That's why they flaunt certain things. That's why they brag about themselves. Why? Because they need the attention, the validation.
And see, oh no, yeah, they be wearing some tight pants. He shows some tight pants. Here's my thing with that one-on-one thing. Like, in what context does he mean that? What context is he talking about? I don't know. That just seems like a stretch. Because even the Bible talks about, like, if you're trying to resolve an issue, you go one-to-one with your brother first, but then you go and get somebody else and you bring that person. Like, the Bible even instructs you to bring people to help resolve the issue sometimes. So I don't know what context he's talking about, where if somebody brings somebody else, because that's weird. That's weird. That's a weird stretch.
Of other men. That's what a soft man does. That's what soft men did in Jesus' day. That's why he spoke about how soft men dress, where soft men live, how soft men talk, the heart of a soft man. And just because you see a soft men live, how soft men's day, foundation of other men. That's what a soft man does. That's what soft men did in Jesus' day. That's why he spoke about how soft men dress, where soft men live, how soft men talk, the heart of a soft man. And just because you see a soft man with a woman, make no mistake about it, he just wants the attention of anyone. Conversation and camaraderie is fine. And in many cases with the soft man, it doesn't matter who it's from, whether it be a male or a female.
So I got to ask, though. Because if a soft man is one that wants attention, what is having a YouTube channel?
I was just gonna say that. That's why I was waiting for you to stop. I was like, I hate people who have YouTube channels that use the idea of people just wanting validation. Then, bitch, get off YouTube. Then disable the like button. Why are you monetized?
Yes, Coast Glass.
Yeah. And you know what? Great observation, Inga. That makes everything he's saying more sus.
I can't stand Joe.
Because he a Colts fan.
But that state is right next to mine. Don't come down too hard on it. Y'all ain't gonna slander the Haitians in Springfield and then start slandering Indianapolis either. Y'all ain't gonna get Ohio and Indiana. Ain't that right, Greg? We gonna stand up for Indiana.
Yeah, we will.
Nah.
Yeah, we will.
Nah.
Because I'm in Illinois, and I can tell you right now, both of them are terrible places.
Man, whatever, man. Y'all ain't about to do that. So we about to wrap up with him, man. I want to go over to BBL Drizzy. BBL Drizzy. If y'all don't mind. I think we've had enough of the hating pastor. I want to get to the BBL. If you don't mind. Oh. Wrong one. Can I get over there? Yeah, let's go. This lady, a first lady. Oh, you in Florida? Okay. Yeah, we got a couple of Floridians. Coming through here. The cold started.
In Florida or from Florida? Because if you're from Florida, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Watching other men in tight pants catch a ball. Oh.
Hey.
Oh, snap.
Hey,
listen. And you know, Yellow's defending that because he watches a lot of oiled up men grab on each other.
Football and wrestling is very much gay. There's no two ways to cut that. There's no two ways to slice that. Football, very much gay. Wrestling, absolutely very much gay. That's a lot of it.
In their underwears. Oiled up in their underwears. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Makeup on. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, yeah, they do wear makeup. Dang. No, I get you.
Have you seen?
Yeah, we got what you're doing.
Have you seen the snap between the center and the quarterback? Do you know how to? You know where the quarterback got to put his hands at?
Oh, that sucks.
That's the only reason I couldn't be quarterback, because they showed me how I had to do it.
Greco-Romans.
And you literally have to put the back of your hand on the center's like taint or like gooch. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And kind of like, and you because you gotta get ready for the ball, so you gotta like put your hand there and then put the other hand underneath. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Look, it's a little game.
They wanted me to, in high school. They said I should have been on the offensive line. I was like, nah, because they try to put me up under center or the center. Nah.
Yeah, nope. I couldn't play quarterback or a center. I play lineman. I play over here. I'll be one of the big blocking dudes. I'm not snapping the ball. Nope.
Man, I just couldn't imagine. But yeah, and they tap it before they say, "Hey, man, listen, nah, we ain't doing that, man." Yeah. And I didn't like, man, my homeboy, man. I almost got into a fight with my homeboy back in our high school because he was one of the people like you play basketball with him and they slapping your butt. Nah, I ain't like that. I couldn't play sports. Those two like, don't slap my butt, man. I got a shoulder, I got a back, man. You slap my hand, high five me, but no, don't be slapping my butt. He had about one of those. I think he got the second one on before I almost slapped him. Like, dude, I'm trying to be cool. Like, don't slap my butt.
I think we progressed because I played a lot of basketball. It kind of progressed away from the ass slap because Jordan was slapping niggas' asses.
Mm-hmm.
We was slapped like your thigh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Yeah.
But well, I can't remember actually slapping an ass.
That shoulder don't bounce back.
Yeah, it don't get that reverb. You're right.
Y'all just want something soft. See, y'all soft men. Y'all want to tap something soft. That's soft. Soft man always want to surround himself with soft people.
I've hit my hand against hard things. Okay, it's not that don't feel good. Why would anybody want to hit their hand against hard things? Like, that is stupid. Just saying.
Rodman was going crazy though. Oh man. Go on. But yeah, so we're gonna switch over, man, from the ball guy to the hating pastor. He obviously can't stand, like, but what do y'all think though? Oh, obviously, I don't really have the big issue with him feeling how he feels about people in tight pants. I don't have a problem with anybody else's feelings, but I think his feelings are not founded. I think he has an issue with a lot of things that he's projecting, like things that don't seem like problems. he likes soft t-shirts, but the dude couldn't have one that. Now the soft silk thing for a pastor, I don't know. The black tunic thing wouldn't have bothered me, but it just trips me out that. But I'm with brother Bryant, Von Bryant. He was like, as far as in the church, I do think they should not be modeled after what the world is doing. I do think that the peculiar people set apart, there should be a culture difference. And that's one of the big issues I do have. Like, as far as with the music we did yesterday and the entertainment, the way to preach, there should be a difference in the culture between the world and the church. It should be discernible. It should not be so confusing. It should not be so hard to tell. Like, who was it? Who was it that said, there was somebody that said, you can't tell. They put everybody the same now. Used to have the special people in the carpet classes, the special ed classes, but then they dropped everybody together. I'm using it way out of context. I think, but they were talking about it in relationship spaces. And why people have so many hard times finding somebody to pair with. I am Giannis. Appreciate you. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. But they were talking about it in relationships, and they were saying that you can't. The reason people struggle is because you can't tell who the special people are. The people who have some kind of cognitive problem,
right,
even before you met. They dropped everybody in the same pool. Now, was that Cam or Nick? I don't know. It was something. I wish I could remember. But anyway. We about to get to the BBL shawty. BBL shawty. He can feel however he wants, but to call men soft while he sweats watching football during Thanksgiving is kind of maybe hypocritical, and that's okay too. But don't cast stones at us. I mostly agree with that. But I'm glad that Yella's here for this one. Because we got BBL.
Hold on.
Let's go.
Give me like 60 seconds. Hold on.
Go ahead, do your thing. Do your thing. Let's go. Because we got Lecrae here. Let me give you the name of the lady. Because somebody might be familiar with her while I'm not. Nona Jones. She's a first lady, a Facebook exec, author, and personal coach. Everybody's a coach. And I wonder how long ago this incident took place when she got the BBL. Because it's just weird. Anyway, she wrote and authored the book, The Gift of Rejection. You can follow her on Instagram at Nona, not Nora. Okay. But that is her. If y'all have heard of her, cool. If y'all haven't, y'all about to hear her talk about her BBL in just a minute. BBL, Tracy. Let's talk about the righteousness of plastic surgery and makeup. God made you in his image and you decided to fuck with his word. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. No, I can do better than you, God. It's so arrogant. I'm only a riblet. I know nothing. Riblet. All right.
Let's get it.
You got your drink.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Yeah. This is again. Let me know when you need me to pause. I'm gonna let it play. I'll pause it intermittently, but me and you have different pause points. As Greg will say, we have different go on points.
Mm-hmm. Everyone can listen to you talk about all this stuff, just like they can listen to me. And one of the things that you're really good at, or intentional at, I should say, is being transparent. Mm-hmm. Is being like you will lay your wounds out for people to see, and it's like, oh shoot, she said that, like she did that. You've said a few things, and you've put that out there. Yeah. That I think it's helpful for people to experience some of the blows you've taken, the decisions that you've made in your fight to be the woman that you are. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Come on, get to it.
What you're comfortable sharing or what you're comfortable talking about. But
real quick, did anybody hear his new song? I guess that real quick, because Kendrick Lamar had put in that Black Air Force song. I don't know the name of it. Like When the Party Dies or something. So in that song, he said, "I wonder what Lecrae would do." So then Lecrae put out a white Air Force response. So I don't know if y'all have heard either song. I don't know if y'all care to hear either song. Let me know. We can do that after this.
Hell no.
What is this man's shirt? What is this man's shirt? Nah, it's a button up. It's green. I'm not a big fan of that color green, but I don't see anything wrong with it. Pass. pass, whatever.
You know, if I don't know if there's one that jumps to the top of your mind. I have a couple, but if there's one that jumps to the top of your mind,
them sleeve straps.
you know what I'm saying? A couple of things that you've brought up.
I didn't see that until just now.
Feel free, feel free.
That's a little different. It's a little different, Greg.
You know, is that
and when he hold that hand, look at that.
Well,
hand. He had that hand up there.
There's a couple. I want to. Let's start with this one.
Exactly.
I wanna start with, and if you don't want to go there, we don't have to go there.
I'm here to go deep. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
But
you here to go what?
I want to know the mindset,
Hey,
and I'm not.
He here to go deep.
We would that conversation with that what? Say who
He here
now?
to go deep. That's why Kendrick wanted to know what Lecrae would do because Lecrae likes to go deep. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Because listen, there's some people out there who've done this same thing, and I'm not. I'm not.
Can we get a round of applause real quick? I know y'all in the chat. Can we get a round of applause for StreamYard and YouTube for like not like doing that circle thing for like the last 2 days? I've had a really good play pause ratio. So like I just want to, you know what I'm saying? Just thank
One
you.
time for the one time.
Yeah.
Here to cast judgment.
Sure.
But you had a conversation about getting a BBL.
Yeah, for sure.
What was the impetus?
Yeah.
The thought process?
Mm-hmm.
How does that weave into what we're talking about right now?
Listen, first of all, and I'm so glad you brought that up.
Okay.
Because for whatever reason, it's something that we don't like to discuss. It's like people like to get the procedure and act like they didn't, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so my dad had a flat chest, as men do, right?
Okay.
My mom had a voluptuous, chest, but she had a flat booty. My
Could you
dad
pause
had the
real
booty,
quick?
right? But he had the flat.
We ain't got nowhere yet. Go ahead.
Because where the fuck is this going? What does their body have to do with your body? What is your dad having? It don't fucking matter. Is she supposed to be like a pastor? She's a pastor's wife, right?
Let it get there. Let it
Was this
simmer.
done pre?
Go deep.
No,
You ain't let it go
nope.
deep. You paused before it got deep, bro.
I'm too shallow. I'm being super shallow right now.
Yeah, man, you ain't let it get deep enough, man. You didn't let her what she was saying penetrate.
I did. You cut on your ass cheeks. Stop telling people.
She's leading into it.
All right.
Yeah. That's all. That's all right.
Had a voluptuous, chest, but she had a flat booty. My dad had the booty, right? But he had the flat chest.
I've never heard somebody say my dad had the booty.
My dad had the booty, but I ended up with my mom's booty and my dad's chest, right? So just flat all the way around.
Okay.
Flat all the way around. And so
She's
when
a
we talk
pastor's
about
wife.
this thing about rejection, I would get made fun of constantly
Wow.
for having the booty.
That's a good day. That's exactly how it went. So my mom pause. Why? Why are we talking about?
Hey, look, if y'all know that I pick up on all the microaggressions, why would you think it would take that long for me to
Oh shoot. Yo, wow.
I'm a black woman. Like a black woman has curves. I don't need you to agree like that, though. You see,
No, I'm saying yes.
A black woman.
Wow.
Constantly.
He must have did the damn for
When
mom.
we talk about this thing about rejection,
He must have did the damn for mom. Kevin Hart, hold up.
flat all the way around.
Okay.
Flat all the way around. And so when we talk about this thing about rejection, I would get made fun of constantly for having no booty. I'm a black woman. Like a black woman has curves. I don't need you to agree like that, though. You see the way.
No, I'm saying yes. I was saying yes. I can see why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I'm
the way you.
I got in
agree.
trouble for nodding my head once other time in my life too. I just be
but
nodding.
it's true. It's true. Like black women have curves. Well,
do they though?
yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
And so not only did I not have curves,
No, I thought black women wasn't a
I had curves
monolith.
wrong.
So black women ain't a monolith. Black women just got curves. So black women's body only become curvy, huh? So ain't no skinny black women. Ain't no slim black women. None of that. None of them black women don't exist. Nope. Because wondering why black women have curves and why are y'all bitches getting BBLs then if black women got curves? Don't none of y'all get born with the booty that black women supposed to have? But y'all, this is what man, I'm about to throw something.
We ain't even got to it. Let it build.
I'm about to know something.
What did Louis say? Let the tale seduce you. Let the tale seduce you.
Nope. That's why I don't like shows like that. The vampire, the interview with the vampire was the best I could do. I hate them heavy dialogue as what's the word? Fuck. Not expletive, but fuck. Anyway, I don't like them with all that explaining and shit. I'm shallow and got plastic surgery, but racism or something. There we go. Yeah, right, Greg. Right. There you go.
Right. It's not racism. She's talking about in-group expectations of bootyliciousness.
Yeah, because in her idea of the mind of black women, supposed to have curves.
Absolutely. And there is something to that.
No, it's not.
There is.
Some women are just gonna be built like fucking goddamn water buoys. Some of them is gonna be built like linebackers. Some of them is gonna be broad shoulders and no hips. Some of them gonna be wide hips and little bitty ass titties. So stop saying that black women got curves. Some of them just gonna be skinny as fuck.
Obviously, but as far as the image of what the ideal is, there are male beauty images and female beauty images that people aspire to and people get pushed towards socially. I think we can accept that a woman will feel social pressure to look a certain way, which again, not just a BBL, look at her hair. Like, it ain't growing out her head like that. It's like, you know what I'm saying? We have those things that we pursue. So even if we were to be up here talking about BBLs, nobody should get BBLs. Well, what about the other augmentations? What about the other enhancements that we all church? Because again, we just saw the other dude coming after the men for the way they fashion themselves. So like the men are fashioning themselves towards certain looks and styles, and so are the women. So like
I think the line that most people can approach and understand is the part to where you start cutting on yourself. I mean, there's enhancements.
I'm with you.
And there's how you style the hair that grows out of your head, and then there's going to get fucking what is the solution or what is the shit that they put in your ass cheeks, bro? Like that's
I don't even know.
Right. Okay. So you hear me out? Like, nigga, I've been in the barber chair and was like, yeah, use a little bit of that shit. When I was getting my hair cut, you put a little, you know what I'm saying?
Beijing stuff, that stuff.
Yeah, a little bit of bad. I look like a goddamn idiot, but I told him to do it a little bit, right? Dude. If everything goes on the spectrum, that is so far away on the spectrum from putting a knife to my body and including saline or stuffing from teddy bears, whatever the hell they put in there. That's we going way, people, way.
Shout out to IG, man. How you feeling, bro? Happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
What's up, man? Shit, I'm just now waking up from shit. Nigga got fresh off the plane, went straight to the plantation, but it's all good.
He back.
Yeah,
I'm back in town.
Hell yes. I was seeing that. You know, it's so interesting because the people in the religious spectrum, when they talk about being effeminate, I think it's also too of adornment of, fine dresses and fine clothes. I think they mean like the super vanity when they mean an effeminacy. Because I hear people say effeminacy in the church being a negative thing is it refers to like gender roles or masculine and feminine behavior. But people who's in these Abrahamic beliefs, their religion speaks of effeminacy meaning vainness and over adornment of one's appearance, not necessarily gender or sex role that is against their doctrine, I would say. And I hear a lot of people say, oh, you're not supposed to be gay or you're not supposed to act any way that's opposite of your gender. But it's really just, no, your effeminacy means that you are overly concerned about your appearances and all of those aesthetics. So that's one thing I kind of just want to hop on and like join in and say about the conversation, that they, I think it's been used to weaponize people's not just their appearance, but I guess their self-image of themselves. Because sometimes effeminacy isn't necessarily always like, yeah, my brother Yellow said, like, yeah, sometimes I get a little enhancement too. Shit, even myself, I have thin hair. I mean, I have hair, and I'd be like, okay, twist my hair over to this side to cover up these little spots over here. You know what I'm saying? Let me throw some let me throw some rods in this hair right quick. Hello. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Here?
Can you hear us?
This thing is tripping. But yeah, man. It is. There's nothing wrong with, I guess, improvement. But when it's to the point of where you literally will feel inadequate as a person without a certain trinket, without a certain garment, without something that is external to your body that you need to put on clothes, but do you have to wear? Okay, do you need Jordans every time you step out the house? Do you need, you know what I'm saying? Do you have to have something that's so name brand? So I think a lot of people in those spaces, they kind of twist what effeminacy really means. They're like, I don't want effeminate men, but doesn't mean that he's sexual. Well, then most straight men do not want effeminate women. Meaning, yeah, you want a woman that's, a female, but do you want a woman that's always going to have the highest trinkets, the best garments, the best jewelry and presentations? You see what I'm saying? So effeminacy isn't just the thing that just really, I would say, apply to just the female sex.
I get you. The way the guy ended up using it in the video that we were watching, he was mostly complaining about like skinny jeans. It was also like a proxy for homosexuality, and like some just like feminine gestures, like the way you might dance or something. He was being very particular. But there were some of the things that cut both ways. Like he talked about people wearing soft clothing, but he was wearing a t-shirt. Cotton's one of the softest fabrics. So like, where does this stuff like start and stop at?
Yeah, it is weird. Like, one thing I always heard people say, oh, I've been accused of being effeminate. I said, I'm really not effeminate. Bruh, Yellow probably has his clothes together at times more than I would.
Man, dude, I am such a stickler. Man, look, colors, bro. Oh my god, colors, nigga. What? I was telling Rashawn the other day, I wore white socks with black shoes, and my whole day was ruined just because I had to throw on them socks real quick. My whole day was fucked up. I was looking like I can't stand. It was bullshit went down, and then I was like, it was because I got to have my colors right. Hell yeah.
And I don't think that makes you effeminate, but that's the thing. I don't believe that's you being effeminate because you like to match some shit up. But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, even with myself, I'm saying that even with me being the gay man on here, a lot of my straight homeboys are more together sometimes in certain ways about clothes in particular than I am. You know what I'm saying? I tell you something, I've never was effeminate. Hell, I've actually, that didn't come in my queer package. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get that software update. You heard me? It didn't come. So I've always needed a little help. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, with picking out certain things. So I think it's real funny. Like a lot of dudes in the church will call me effeminate, but you're more worried about your physical presentation way more than I am.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, man. But we right now we about to watch this. Get into this. Yellow was already rejecting this lady because as soon as she said something, he started having to pause. But she's talking about as her story as a first lady, feeling the pressures to get a BBL to fashion herself after what she thinks a black woman is supposed to look like. Voluptuous, curvy.
So she did this as a pastor's wife too? My bad.
I believe
real
so.
quick.
Are you good?
Okay. All right. Back to the jam.
Because she's going to talk about her husband in this process. So that's going to come up. But she was married to the husband. I mean, to the pastor.
Like black women have curves. Well, yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
And so not only did I not have curves, let me put it this way, I had curves in the wrong places. Like I had curves in my belly. And I always would say, I was like, if I could just like push my belly to the back, then I would be good. But anyway, it didn't work. So here I go, I lose the weight. And I'm like, all right, I'm in shape, but I have no curves still. And so I found out who the Kardashians' surgeon was, right? And I was like, you know what?
Now it's crazy. It's crazy for me to think that Black women are really trying to keep up with the Kardashians. That's crazy. Like that's who she sought after. I want to look like the Kardashians. That's
Man,
to me when she talked about how Black women are supposed to look. Why would you want to then, if you talk about how a Black woman is supposed to look, why do you then go to find the Kardashian doctor? That
you're looking to a white woman. You're gonna look to a white woman emulating a Black woman's aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. She already fucked up though, IG, because she talking about Black women supposed to have curves. Her idea of Black women is they're supposed to be curvy, and it's like, well, shit, you setting back everything motherfuckers and trying to fucking accomplish.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, just like that whole thing. Every Black man don't have the BBC. It's kind of like I wouldn't, that's why I don't understand. Like, no, not every Negroid phenotype woman, baby, got a big booty. That a big thighs. That's not how this works. Go ahead.
Yeah. Got all types, all shapes and sizes.
I'm gonna get me a booty. Now, mind you, I had been doing the squats, Bulgarian split squats, the barbell squat. Like I've been doing the squats, squat. Nothing.
So they lying? The trainers are lying?
I think you have to have something to work with.
Oh.
I had flesh and bone.
I'm not listening to any of these trainers anymore. I see y'all online.
I had flesh and bone. Like you can't make flesh and bone. Anyway. So I was like,
what'd you say?
Says the pants too. That's why they got them them leggings with the crease right up the ass, so it can make these not so big booties look a little bigger.
Mm-hmm. And wrestling done got to figure it out. You need like a little band that you put at the very top of your thigh. Whatever you got, it gives you that bottom crease and makes everything look better. The least butt. When it hits that little band, oh my God.
That little band right under the cheek. Yeah.
Because I done seen the absolute nothing look like something. I mean, it's like an optical illusion, but it works.
Man. Without a knife in sight.
Man. Sorry. Don't be disappointed. Don't be disappointed. Why do you think I'm watching wrestling? That's how Yella sold the product. I haven't been watching wrestling for 20 years. Then he showed me the women, and I was like, oh, I'm in. I'm in. Surgeons are expensive.
Go to California. I'm gonna get this procedure.
So she got a mega church pass
to LA. I hear the Holy Spirit say,
okay, here we go.
If I wanted you to have a booty
I want you to pay attention to this.
To California, I'm gonna get this procedure. In the air, flying to LA, I hear the Holy Spirit say,
Holy Spirit.
If I wanted you to have a booty, I would have given you a booty. I did not give you a booty to keep you humble.
Now the God is speaking to her. The Holy Spirit is telling her. The Holy Spirit. The God
I got like $225 for the first woman that just go push her ass over. Cause I swear to God, you arrogant bitch. You cocky, arrogant, self-absorbed, no booty having, no titty having ass bitch. Talking about God didn't give you a booty to keep you humble. No, he didn't give you a booty, bitch, because you don't deserve a booty. Because you a terrible fucking person. That's why. That's exactly why. You cocky, arrogant bitch.
No doctor putting plastic pockets full of saline. I'm with you. What the? Give me the check, please. Yeah. So listen, God told her not to do it. God said, this is her God, the Almighty, the Creator of the heaven and earth, the cedar
not
of life.
The Holy Ghost taking time out of their busy cancer saving of children.
Yeah.
To tell you some absurd shit like I didn't give you a booty to keep you humble.
Hey, it's crazy, ain't it? That's crazy. But that's what God said. He was trying to keep her humble.
So why he ain't give you no hair? Because that's why your hair look like that.
Same reason, probably. But she don't care what God wanted. Somebody put that in the chat earlier too.
She probably look like a who under all that shit. If you take that that makeup
The
off
hair,
and
the
that
makeup.
hair, she probably like a who. Assless Lou Who. That's who she is. Assless Lou Who. Because guess what? When you die and you go to the heaven that you believe in, you go as you was born, right? You're going to go to heaven with no ass. You're going to be in heaven with no ass. Still. You're going to have to live the afterlife with no ass.
Mm-hmm. Kilroy, I got to laugh. It's sad. Like you said, laugh to keep from crying, but it's sad. It's sad.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I knew, that's why I said I was glad you was here for this one, because I was like, I knew BBL Drizzy would get you. I knew BBL Drizzy would get you.
I'm sorry.
Now, I hear the Holy Spirit say that, right? Clear as day. I should have parachuted out of the plane, right? I should have saved my money. And when I tell you I could have bought a car, okay, I'm not exaggerating.
With the money that it was going to cost to get a booty.
Listen.
You could have got a Bentley for the price of a booty.
It may not have been a Bentley, but it could have at least been a really nice Honda Accord or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So here I am. I hear the Holy Spirit. And I'm like, you know what, Lord?
So nice Honda Accord. How much is a Honda Accord running, y'all? Y'all know Honda Accord. Let me see.
Nigga, at least 26.5.
Yeah.
At least 26.5.
Used ones are still going for 25 in the last couple of years. So yeah, okay.
This has got to be some of the stupidest shit.
So she spent at least, let's say she spent $20,000 to $30,000 on the butt that God told her not to do. Heard the Holy Spirit say God gave you his money because he thought that shit was hilarious. You dirty girl. That'd be funny though. God was toying with us like that. If God really cared about that stuff, that'd be funny.
Right, because that's on his to-do list.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She still did it. You know she still did it because
did her.
Here's the thing, Bree.
Let me mute.
I don't believe that a lot of people that say they believe in God, like in the black church, especially in the black church. I don't believe a lot of people that say they believe in God don't really believe in God. There's no way if you really believe that God was everything that you say he is, the creator of the universe, would wipe people out, like the ground would open up and swallow people because they were disobedient and going to send people to hell. You can't really believe that. Hear clearly that you shouldn't do something and then still go do it. And this person loves you so much, they're going to save you from the hell that they created. It's hard for me to believe, if you truly believe that you're going to disobey him so frequently. But
I'm going to be humble with a booty.
She's going to be humble with a booty.
So I get to
Yo, this is crazy.
She's going to be humble with the booty. She's so humble that she's not going to listen to God. She's going to do the opposite of what God said because she's that humble. And she's going to get the booty that he said not to get because she's humble. And she's going to be humble with that booty that she got in spite of what God told her to do.
Doctor's office. I get to the doctor's office and the doctor tells me, he says, listen, it's a fat transfer procedure. And so he said, I know you work out a lot. He said, you're going to have to not work out as much because it will basically burn the fat.
Okay. So God said, don't do it. Now you heard what she said. The doctor gave her instructions on what to do with a BBL.
He said, you're going to have to not work out as much because it will basically burn the fat. And
God and doctor, God that made you, the doctor that's remaking you, have both given you instructions. But what's something that, who knows more than a black woman, Yellow? I got to ask you that question. Who knows more than a black woman? God, doctor, either one of them know more than a black woman?
Arrogant ass black woman.
I'm hearing him say this, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'm still gonna work out because I'm not gonna have a booty and be unhealthy, right?
Yeah. She said a nice one. Kardashian
one. Procedure, everything's
again. She looked up the Kardashians' doctor, so it probably was 50. And she probably was spending big money on a booty, a brand new one from the Kardashian doctor. God said to open an OnlyFans. I'm going to be humble with those kitty bits.
It's great. I'm like, all right, We in there, right? So as soon as I can start working out again,
No,
I start
time
working
out. Pause. No, we're not skipping over this. Wait a minute.
Oh Lord.
You get the procedure.
Yeah.
Is it painful?
I don't know, because I woke up and
Afterward, is
Well,
the
here's
healing
what's
process painful? Like,
it wasn't painful, but like you can't really sit on stuff. So like
you just on a
I had
pillow
to have a pillow
or a
yeah,
donut? Is that
pretty much? Yeah. So I'm just sitting, and like
So
you fly
it was
home, and
painful,
it's
dumbass.
how do you
mad.
fly?
It was
she had to be on
painful.
payment. She was on paid meds, and you couldn't sit on stuff. So it was
Ass. It's painful. You have.
I mean, that's true, Greg. That is true. I agree. That and like that, music and color, like those are the three best things. Music, color. Maybe I'll just say light, not just color. Light, music, light, sound, and vagina. God was in his bag. Then he made opinions. Like that's where he went wrong. He started making opinions, mine included.
Yeah, he
started
made
making
brain.
He made opinions, and he just messed up.
Fuck
What was he
that
thinking? Man, you wanted a bigger booty, so you got to stand for like 2 weeks. Or sit in inflatables, taking pain pills. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Oh, you have to have a little donut pillow.
So, and it's you like,
Yeah.
does you get home and your husband has to like ice your booty for you? Is that how this
I
works?
don't think he had to ice it.
Okay.
I think I just had to sit on the pillow and like just sit on the pillow.
Okay.
So he didn't have to do anything.
I'm just like, this is wild. This is great.
It is
this is
indeed
news to
wild.
me. I didn't know this.
It is indeed wild.
I'm learning.
So I start running because I'm like, look, I the thing I'm not gonna do, and this is what I had to do. I had to gain 10 pounds to get the procedure because he needed the fat to work with, right? So I was like,
So she had to gain weight. Now she's somebody that exercises regularly. Had to gain weight to get the thing. The guy said not to get, and the doctor said, don't work out. Don't work out. You had to gain weight to get it, and the doctor said, don't work out.
I'm not gonna get fat with a booty. So I start running. Within 6 months, my booty was gone.
Really?
Back to square one.
So time out.
This woman that spent like 50 G's on a booty that God told her not to get, that the doctor who made it instructed her, first, gain weight so that I can actually put some booty on you. And don't work out or you're going to lose the booty that I'm putting on you that I made you to gain weight to get, that God told you not to have. But you know who knows more than God, and you know who knows more than the doctor. It's the black woman. Yes, she is. She know everything. She know everything. So now she's down $50,000, disobedient to God, and got no booty.
You've had like 4 timeouts in
Because
the story.
I'm still, this is this is old news to you. You've been living with this whole
You're still
story
processing.
forever. This is new news to me. Okay,
Yes,
so wait a
yes,
minute.
yes.
You get to go eat pizza and brownies.
Yeah.
Was that enjoyable?
Not really,
Okay.
because I knew what it was doing on my body.
Okay,
I
so
was
you were
"Ah."
like, but let me just.
That's the thing that's fucking your body up. Oh, that's the thing you're doing wrong to your body. Oh, that's it. Oh, a brownie or two or some ice cream is just so terrible to your body. But the solution that you just put in your ass cheeks, no, a fat transfer to your ass cheeks is just, that's completely healthy.
Oh boy. Oh God. I knew what it was doing to my body.
Here you go, Greg. I knew they was close by. They was close by. They started humming as soon as you said it.
That's crazy. I love
Y'all was like, you've been using bitch and hoe a lot lately. This why. This why, man. This why. Y'all can't tell me I hate women when these women exist. I didn't create that. I didn't do that situation.
You didn't make it. No, you didn't make the situation. No.
Okay, so
And just so you know, we understand why. We understand why you feel the way you feel. We just feel that you feel that way. That's all. I feel the same.
Yeah,
way.
y'all gonna feel the feeling. Y'all definitely gonna feel the way I feel that I feel that way. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Cause if she get to say this dumb shit and do this dumb shit, then I get to say something about it.
Oh man. Hey, I wonder how many people at her church had to pay tithes for her to have the booty that evaporated because she couldn't stop working out.
Could you imagine the church announcements,
man,
for the sick and shut in, or like keep sister Watkins in your prayers? She unfortunately had complications with her BBL. And she's gonna have to go in for another procedure. So we want y'all to keep Sister Watkins in your prayers as she goes in and corrects her problem.
So she paid. So she had to gain weight So she had to gain weight to have fat so that they could transfer the fat. Because again, she was flat. She was a flat woman.
Yeah.
FLAT. She was flat. She was slim and flat. No shape. Except maybe some stomach. But not a lot. So she said,
she said she had little rolls in the gut.
Yeah, so she had a little tummy. So the doctor said gain weight so I can take some of the fat from your stomach and put it in your butt. So she paid to have the fat move from her stomach to her butt. But then she kept working out. So an area that she already has a hard time retaining any fat on, naturally, that's where the fat got burned. Like the only place she stores fat is in her gut. So if you're not going to gain weight all overall, you're not going to be able to keep a butt. Yeah. She still got the attention. Just not the kind she wanted. She wanted to feel sexy. Now she just looks stupid. 10% tithe, average income 40,000. That's about 13 people's tithes for a year. That's so she could have a butt that she let disappear because she can't follow instructions from God or the doctor. The doctor that did it. You won't even listen to him.
But let me do it. Yeah.
You gain the weight.
Yeah.
You get the booty.
Yeah.
You get the booty. You go back home.
Yeah.
You run.
Yeah.
And the Honda Accord you bought,
listen,
it got stolen.
Gone.
It's gone
without a trace.
You can't nothing you can do.
No. I mean, what you go?
I don't know.
Some people do BBLs again, but I realized several things through that. First, I knew God said not to do that. Like I heard the Holy Spirit say no. I knew that. But the second thing I realized in that story, in that whole situation, I was like, insecurity is what led me to do it.
I was gonna ask you that.
Like,
what was the message that you heard to tell you to get it in the first place?
The message I heard was, as a Black woman,
oh boy,
you are not enough without a booty.
Hey, Black woman, you are not enough without a booty. Hey, spirit is moving. Let me quit. Imagine saying shit this stupid, having a compulsion to have people listen to you speak. That's what I'm saying. The coach part. Like, if this is, I couldn't imagine if she was coaching people.
She got
this level of stupidity.
Yeah, she got a book right there. She got a book right there.
Her body rejected the booty. Maybe it's about the lost BBL. She might have wrote a book.
It
about
should be the
BBL.
gift of listening. It should be the gift of knowing when you just need to go sit your ass down. On your natural ass. Go sit on your ass.
How is that racism, Greg? How is that racism?
It is. No, it is.
It's
it
racial.
Was legit.
It's racial.
Let me
put it like
this. Let me put it like this. Because if she was Greg saying that, you know what, Black women should have asses and Black women should do this, we would be dragging the fuck out of Greg. As much as but we try, as Greg. Much as, but this is my point. It's built from. Oh, I hate to even do this, but let me tap into that bullshit. It's an internalized racism. Because she's assuming that everybody, like in her mind, probably in an exaggeration. What's the chick that they always showing the from slavery time? What's her name?
The Sarah Barton.
Yeah, that's her perception of herself. How she's supposed to look.
Okay, So here's where I got to argue with you and Brett. Let me argue with you and Brett real quick. I get you. But let me argue with this real quick, because white men do not typically go for big booties. They go for white women that have regular to small booties. If white men were chasing down big booties, and that's why black women were getting this, I could see what you were saying, that it's internalized racism. But the people that like the big booties are other black people. Black men like the big booties. Black women like the black booties. Why are we saying racism for this? Like, this is like a white. This is
I didn't say
internal black.
He didn't say they liked it. I didn't say they like it. I didn't say what they go for. I said the assumption on how they're supposed to look. They probably don't go for that because of the assumption that goes along with that. The same way she said it. Oh, God told me, the Holy Spirit told me he didn't give me a booty to keep me humble. Because why? Because you assume that as a black woman, you should have a bigger ass, which also means that your attitude should be one that lacks humility, which means you're going to be arrogant, which means you feel like you should be arrogant. You should be disrespectful. You should be loud. You should be all the type of ways that we sit up and talk about.
You're putting a lot of sauce
because
on that
you got, hey, hold on. I'm just saying that's the idea behind it, though. Because you're not enough. You're not enough black woman. You ain't even enough. She's not even trying to make it to where she's enough woman. She's saying that you're not enough black woman because you don't have an ass. The idea is that this is what she said the Holy Spirit told her. That I didn't give you an ass. Right. I didn't give you an ass. Don't not do this. I didn't give you an ass because I wanted to keep you humble. Which means in her mind, because here's where I'm gonna be offended to all the people who believe in God. You're talking to yourself when you talk to God and the Holy Spirit. You're talking to yourself. Nobody's talking to you. It's your own internalized feelings about the thing manifesting in the voice you hear. Niggas walk down the street and have conversations with themselves all the time. So just because you're having that conversation with an entity that you perceive as the Lord, Jesus Christ, or the Holy Spirit, that's just who you chose to call it. Nigga, I walk up and down the street and have conversations and brainstorming sessions with myself all the fucking time about wrestling, how I want to do my stream, all this other shit. I'm talking to myself. You're talking to yourself too. So all of that is internalized because she's thinking that I'm supposed to have a bigger ass so my attitude can be different. So I can act different. So I can feel different.
So now, and how does that get attributed to racism? Because like you talked about humility and arrogance. That's great. I'm with you. But where does the racism come in on that?
Like I said,
what I'm arguing is the racism.
Because her assumption on how black women are supposed to look and act is based on a racist idea of how other people view it. That's why I said that's how black men view Sarah Bartman. She's unintelligent. All she is her body. She doesn't have any type of attitude structure. It's the same idea. We see how black women act when their body is their main asset. They seem to lose all sense of humility, and it basically becomes, look at me. This is why you should respect me. So a lot of it is this internalized racism because she's seeming like she's going by a stereotypical, badass, fucked up example on how black women should act with a certain body part. That's why when you said white women don't choose black women with ass, all those reasons why is racist ass reasons, because they think a big booty comes with ghetto ass attitude, not humble, don't know how to act, uncivilized, all that other shit. You just said they don't go for that. That's why.
Okay.
Especially when the ones who are already flat don't view themselves as black women anyway. And notice, remember, those are the same ones with that I date white men face. I mean, I date white men face that I always talk about. they got that body where they not as super thick. They might be in shape. They might look nice. But they ain't super thick. They ain't super built like that. They ain't carrying them motherfucking wagons. They might be in shape. They might be built like a white woman. They might be built like an in-shape white woman instead of this wagon train carrying ass black woman like she want to be, because she had to go get a BBL. She couldn't even just work out and have some curves. Trying to get what she needed to get. She needed to go get a BBL. We know how they come out. Them come out big. Them come out sloppy. Them come out nasty looking.
No, she went to the Kardashians.
Right. And my point exactly. They're going to come out big. They're going to come out.
They started off well. They devolve. They
did.
They started off.
Yeah. They was okay.
Yeah.
But
when you first get it, it'd be right.
It was big as hell.
Oh yeah, it was big.
Right. So she definitely has an internalized idea on how black women is, because nobody taught her that. Nobody could teach her that. You know what I'm saying? Like that had to be something she hears secondhand, because nobody says that to her. You know what I'm saying? Even if people think it, nobody's actually saying out loud that, oh, black women supposed to have curves, because God forbid you comment on how a black woman body's supposed to look.
Bro, okay.
We go through that all the time. Am I tripping?
Yeah,
am
a little bit.
So black women don't respond poorly to hearing about their body size.
No, that part's true. That's not the
okay.
Part
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know how you took it. I would say I don't know how it sounded. That's what I mean. God forbid you mention the design or the shape of a black woman's body. So the acceptance of how a black woman is supposed to look is not in even being pushed to them, because there is this freedom and openness on to be any type of body shape, and that should be how it is. But she's going by the how black women are supposed to look. She's got that idea that they supposed to have all these curves and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, what now, 23G, man, appreciate you. Yeah, man, I try to make the thumbnails at least a little interesting, man. You know, so at least I can do. Now with Greg and Yellow, here's where I disagree. Because like even, I don't know how you guys are injecting the whiteness into this. It's blowing my mind, actually. Imagine a white woman with a busted face saying she wouldn't have to get surgery if she was black. That's totally a bad analogy, because this woman never brought up white people. She's a black person who talked about as a black woman what her perception of black people is within the black group. She never brought up like two white people. So a white person bringing up what black people think, that adds a contrasting element to it that's not present here. So I'm not sure how you're bringing that over here.
Can I try to tailor his example a little bit, because I didn't see it. Can I try to tailor his example a little bit? Yeah. So say she's a white woman who wanted to get a nose job because she said white women ain't supposed to have noses like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like my nose was big and round and it looked, you know what I'm saying? White women ain't supposed to have noses like this. So, you know, I got this nose job.
Right.
That would kind of be right. That's what kind of turns into that. So it's in that same type of vein where the idea of her saying that black women ain't supposed to be built like that is thinking that, oh, white women supposed to be built like that.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Because
she never said white women.
I mean, but
there's positive inference and then there's negative inference. Like there's things that are positively affirming one thing, and then I get what you're saying, something like that. I get what you're trying to say. I just happen to disagree with you.
So a lot of what I'm gonna say is
real quick. I'll make this short. Because what you're doing is kind of like Brother C saying, if you don't vote for Kamala, it's automatically a vote for Donald Trump. I was saying, if I don't think this is the black body, then it automatically has to be a white body. That's not.
I mean,
there are other types of body. There are other race. Like it's racist to say what you're saying because you're eliminating all the other races of people. Like that's what's weird. Like you're automatically assuming there's only black men.
I'm not making it white though. I'm not making it white. But let's be real. A lot of black women don't compare their bodies to other races of women, but white women. I don't hear black women comparing their bodies to Mexican women, because Mexican women come in all types of shapes and sizes. Their body type ain't a standard either. The only one they go by is the European beauty standard, the European beauty standard, the European beauty standard. Well, I'm just, shot in the dark.
I give you
A
that.
lot of Europeans is white.
I give you that.
So, okay. So they're going by that standard. So their idea of being skinny and slim and all that is usually transferred to, well, I don't want to look like a white woman. That's why. So I get a lot of what I'm saying is implied. I will push a lot of the chips of what I'm saying is implied, but we also is what Greg is saying is all he said was it's a little bit racist. And I can understand that. Now I did tailor it more towards white folks, but again, black women, especially like this, tend to want to separate how their body looks from a white body because they are it's the trust me, bro. I sit and listen to them all the time. They feel like everything about them is better. Their curves make them better. And I'm not saying yay or nay, but what I'm saying is this is how their perception is.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how they talk when they get when a black dude give it a white woman and she ain't super curvy. Oh, they going in on her. You got with that little skinny white bitch. You got with that little skinny white bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And the unfortunate part is how she go back to Breeze. It's more about right. The unfortunate part is this is where I can kind of tie it. And I know it's a reach. Like I know it's a reach, but I get the concept a bit, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Her identity how she views herself as a black woman is tied to the European beauty standard, which if we've heard it being mentioned as racist in other platforms on other levels with women, with black women, with homosexuals, with everybody having these conversations about the beauty standard and body type of the black women, then why does it not apply now when she's using that same concept as to why she shouldn't look the same way?
Okay, so I get what you're saying. Now, the European beauty standard is a part of it, but that's like I'm gonna say it exists at the level of like air at this point. Like we all breathe air, we all breathe the European beauty standard, so it's just there, right? It's just there. But that because we exist in that, I guess there's always going to be a tinge of that present because that's what we exist in, the European beauty standard. We're speaking English, like we're not Africans in Africa speaking our African dialects, so there's always going to be that layer present. Okay, got you. I'm with you. And the European beauty standard is a thing that black women have to contend with, why you have things like such as the Crown Act, why their bodies are over policed and young black girls are adultified. I can't think of the word, but they're seen as women and sexualized prematurely because their bodies develop differently and I'll say more, what do you want to call it? Curvaceously. So I hear what you're saying. That exists. I'm not trying to diminish that. What I'm saying though, that with this woman here, she's saying, I see myself as a black woman. As a matter of fact, I'll make this about me. I would feel like more of a black man if I could grow a beard. Because black people have done this whole beard gang thing and, black men with the beards and they got the beard oils and stuff. That has nothing to do with white people. That's simply me seeing my reflection as a black man, deficient because I can't do what other black men do. So while I still exist in the white paradigm, my self-image as a black man is influenced by my reflection in other black people. And I can't do what they do because I don't look like them. And there's something there that is absent racism. That's an in-group thing. And I think that's what she's talking about. These black women have black booties. I don't. Now, what Greg is saying, she sought out the Kardashian surgeon. This is where, for me, racism gets introduced because the white man's ice is colder. We don't have a bunch of black surgeons. So if I'm going to go get the best of something because I want the best, I myself would probably go look for a white person. Unless it's Jamaican food, unless it's soul food. If otherwise, I'm going to think a white person is the best person to get it from, no matter how much I got to pay for it. If I want a house built, Umar said he couldn't get contractors at his school that were black. He tried, but they kept falling through. He had to get white people to do it, even though he was trying to be all black. This is a thing within our community where if you want something the best and the availability of black surgeons, black doctors, black aftercare, black specialists, black this, black that, black psychologists and psychiatrists, you're at a deficit finding black people in these fields. It's just a thing. But that's where racism comes in. Her seeking out the Kardashian surgeon doesn't mean she was trying to look white to me. It could be that she just wanted the best that there was to me. But I get what you're saying. I get the point you're trying to make. But for me, it's not racist. This has nothing to do with racism. She did get a BBL because she does not have enough self-esteem. I mean, you're right. Absolutely, Kilroy. But yeah, it's not racist exactly. And I don't even think she's blaming racism for her choices. She's blaming her self-image as a black woman, which is not racist. And BBL is the Brazilian body, which is an Afro-Latino body type. Most black women are shapely, so as a black woman, she feels she should as well. And see, and that's the thing that Yellow is bringing up. I don't even know if most black women are shapely.
That's what I'm saying.
But hold up. But here's the thing. I do know in America, especially, most black women, men too, are overweight. More than 50% of black men and women are overweight and obese. So we got curves, but are they the right curves?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We do idealize and fetishize certain body types. And the Kardashian, the curvy one, which again, that was a black body type before it was Kardashian. Like somebody said it in the chat. It might have been Greg or it might have been Kilroy. Somebody said the black woman fetishizing Kardashians who fetishize the black body type. It's interesting how that little paradox is. It was Buffy the Body before it was Kardashians. So yeah, so
and that's what I'm saying, because I be seeing a lot of these. I'm just gonna call it what it is. We be calling a lot of fat black women thick. They be fat. They got a lot of fat in their ass. Mm-hmm. So we call them thick. They don't want to be that though. They, like you said, they want to have the slim waist, little bitty waist, wide hips, poking out ass. Because like she said, I know what the brownies and cookies do to me. So she don't just want the fat ass, but she want the slim waist too. So she want to be skinny. She want to be slim, but she want a fat ass.
She want to,
because that's how it's going. Right, because that's how it's going to turn out. Because if she slim everywhere, that's why you're telling her gain weight. Yeah. Because you need to gain weight. Because guess what? You're gonna be out here with the fucking ant legs. Yeah, and I'm glad that out of all the black deficiencies in a lot of these spots that you was talking about, I'm glad that plastic surgery is one of them. I'm glad she couldn't find a black doctor to fucking do that shit because why the fuck is we getting into that shit then? There's one field that we don't need to excel in is plastic surgery.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Black women are indeed more shapely. Again, you know.
Do you know how many bad built black women I've seen, man? Quit
I don't know
playing,
the numbers.
bro. No,
I don't know the numbers. I get what Bree's saying, and I'm with
come
Bree,
on,
but
man.
I don't.
Come on.
I get what Bree's saying,
man.
but I can't quantify. Is my saying.
Come on, man. I done seen a lot of women that have been skinny. I done seen a lot of women that just been straight across the back, big back, no ass. Funny shape. Nah, we not finna say that women are just more curvy or just more shapely. Because I didn't see some shapely, some slim shapely white women too. I didn't seen women of all. I've seen women of all kind of races. Staying in Chicago, you see Mexican women. They be flat in the back. Some of them be thick as hell. Other them be hippie as hell. I've seen all types of women shaped of all colors. So that's why I say the female body comes a certain way. This is really just the female body. And that's where I be like, that's where I get what she's saying, but this also comes from a place of thinking that black women's bodies are better. Because men prefer shapely bodies. So to claim that, well, our bodies are just more shapely, our bodies are just more curvy, means a better body. And that's where I peep the conversation. Because guess what? Black women don't want to be shaped like that for a reason. And it's because that body type is typically she probably naturally built like Taylor Swift. Because that's the body that she described. She probably naturally built like Taylor Swift. And there ain't a black woman right now with an opinion online who would want to be built like Taylor Swift. None of them. Nothing wrong with Taylor Swift's body. She just skinny as hell. Nothing wrong with her body.
All right. So Greg's gonna make me cuss him out.
But let me,
because he keeps reaching. Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say let me back up real quick for you.
Yeah, because it's like he makes several reaches. He makes several reaches, and it feels like that past when I was like, why did he have to say because Jesus didn't talk about it? It's not a thing. I feel the same way. Like I can't let it go. He's activated my pedantic, petty, niggling gene, where I just can't let this thing go. Okay, she never made herself sympathetic. Like she's a victim. I don't know. I never felt that. She said she didn't listen to God. Like, how did she make us like God clearly told me I shouldn't do this thing, and I did it anyway. Where did she make herself come across like a victim? She made a disobedient. She disobeyed her own God, her deity. I don't know how the victim stance came in.
I kind of see
it. So point it out. Point it out to me.
It's the fact that to her she felt like she got shortchanged on being a black woman. I didn't feel like enough as a black woman because I didn't have an ass. Yeah. So in turn, that's in a way that's her playing the victim, bro. That's her trying to get. That's her. Okay. Hold on. Right. Okay. Let me walk it back. It might not necessarily be her playing the victim to his comment. It might not be her playing the victim, but it's definitely trying to make her sympathetic in the fact that she's saying that I just didn't feel as enough. And people was like, and to be fair, because we already have the idea of women struggling with how their body look and how they feel about their bodies and all that. So of course, most people hearing this gonna feel some type of sympathy for, she didn't, she didn't feel like she was enough. She didn't feel like she was black woman enough because her body didn't fit. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I can kind of see where he going, because you can't just heap black women got curves, because we know what kind of curves she think black women supposed to have, not just in the idea of what Bree is saying, like, well, yeah, black women are a little more shapely and stuff like that, whether it's thicker here or thicker there, but she has a certain particular vision on how that's supposed to look.
I get what you're saying, but victim stance is typically where you may have little to no discrepancy in how your reality and how your perception, like there should be no discrepancy. Like if I walk into a store and somebody is rude to me, and right, like that's an actual thing that happened. It occurred. And then I try to make it a thing about, well, this person singled me out, and this person, they wanted to get back at me for something, blah, 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 blah. That's me putting myself in victim stance, as if something went out of its way. So like something is oppressing me. Something is taking away my agency in this moment. That's victim stance. I had no agency. She's not saying that she had no agency. She said she's full agency. I had enough money. I saw the doctor, the best doctor. God told me not to do it, and I still chose. And when he said the reason that I shouldn't do it is because I need to be humble, I arrogantly chose that I would do the thing and be humble. I know better than God. there's no victim narrative in this. Now, I hear what you and Greg are picking up on, the fact that she had an unfavorable position she had an unfavorable position against what other Black women had available to them. You're perceiving that as her looking for sympathy. But somebody saying somebody was rude to me, I had an unfavorable experience, that's not a victim stance. That's just somebody explaining how they felt or what they experienced. That doesn't, that again, if they was like, well, I didn't have any choice but to get the BBL because all the other pastors' wives were pressuring me, like that's different.
But how is that different from what she said though? Because to more to his point, he said making herself more sympathetic.
She never said that.
Like she's a victim. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily a victim stance, but I'm just gonna point it out. Instead of being harped on the word victim, she did use it to make herself look sympathetic. And in that turn, she's looking for the idea of sympathy on why she views her body like this. You know what I'm saying? Because she's going with this idea of how Black women are supposed to look based on a standard that not even Black women set.
Okay. So real quick, so let's take it out of her. Let's make it about me, and let's tell me if the same thing applies. If I'm looking for sympathy, or let's take victim out. If I'm looking for sympathy, when I explained that as a Black man, I feel a way about not being able to grow a beard, because to me that's the symbol of Black masculinity. Part of it is being able to grow a beard. Is that me looking for sympathy? Like when I said that earlier, was that me looking for sympathy?
No. Now, if you would go out of your way to go get the fucking hair plugs and all the other shit and some hair growth surgery and all this, and then you sit up and tell me that you was on a plane going to get this surgery done and you're a pastor's wife, but God, the main person who runs this whole situation of you being organized in it, told you not to go do it, and you still go do it, and then you sit up here and tell how you didn't listen to the fucking doctor and you still went and worked out and you still lost your ass because you don't fucking listen. Yeah, you looking for sympathy. Because you started off by telling us how you have this dismorphed ass idea how your body should look based on a racial idea. You feel like you should look a certain type of way. So instead of just internalizing that and it being a thing, because you can have the thought, it's when you start acting out on it. It's when you start putting action towards that thought. It's when you start doing things that are based off of this. You start doing harmful things to yourself, like injecting your body with fat from other places. When you're doing that, now it becomes a problem.
I hear you. Whoever's in the back, I need to know who it is, not just pulling random people up. But I hear what you're saying. I just happen to disagree. I won't belabor it. I won't keep going on it.
It's an idea. It's like,
because ain't nothing that you say sounds sympathetic. None of that sounds sympathetic to me. But I get you.
Yeah, I mean it's one of them things, right? If you don't see it, you don't. It's either you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I understand what y'all saying. That's her her perspective on it. But at the same time, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, you hanging back there because you got the power to come up on your own. I'm assuming you okay, cool. Let me know if you need to come up. I don't know if you need to pull up or if you're on your phone. I know if you're on the phone, you can't do the buttons or whatever.
I need to boot school boogie for like what's say about maybe 10-15 minutes. I gotta run.
Good. Go away.
Man, shut your ass up.
Your opinion is goofy. Go on by. We don't want to hear no more.
I mean, just because y'all feel some type of way about what I said, don't make it not true. The truth don't not exist because you feel a certain way about me saying white and her having this internalized racism and her wanting to have sympathy, because that's why she's sitting here telling you that. We don't need to hear about this because the BBL is gone. But she wants attention for this. She wants sympathy for this. And I'm sorry if y'all are easily played by her just being able to say, oh, as a black woman, I feel this type of way. And you're supposed to be like, no, she don't feel that. Just insecure. It's funny when this gets to work and then this doesn't get to work.
I was just giving you shit, but okay.
Yeah, I know, me too.
But you can't tell Bree nothing anyway. She a black woman. She know better.
Exactly.
Than God,
so I don't even know why you did that whole soliloquy. Can you?
Bree will be the one to lose the BBL.
Exactly. What are you talking about?
You know it ain't already happened. We don't even know it ain't already happened.
Exactly. What do you mean?
Because
I got one yesterday. It's gone.
So you stop eating them girl dinners. Them girl dinners ain't enough.
She ain't gonna gain enough, right? That's what I'm saying. She don't eat. You gotta not work out and eat. She don't even eat.
Right.
I came to give my perspective, not that Yellow cares because he hates women. So
right.
BBL Trizzy. Yeah. I think it's just interesting to hear men try to like talk about. I think what is happening here is like it's just a blind spot because I just think it's like they're thinking about it with male logic or like how they, but it's like it is one of those things where it's like a worldview thing. I think because like Greg is saying, she didn't have to bring her race into it, but it's like why when you're expected to like you are generally expected to look pleasing to the eye, like you're expected to, you know what I mean, like even if no one's, it's kind of like that whole thing where like we tell men like we don't, like I'm your partner, I don't expect you to do that, but you're like I've had all these years in the world where like people have, you know, implicitly told me basically without saying it directly that this is expected of me, like it's the same kind of thing. So one, I think yes, it is hard to think about that someone would care this much about if their body is up to snuff to be considered enough, right? So like that's already one. This is an insecure person, like this is an insecure stance, right? So low self-worth based off her body, like she's basing her self-worth off of her body. So then you say, well, how do most people come up with what they're supposed to look like? Like Rashawn was saying with the beard thing, like, okay, most black men who are very masculine have beards, so I've always wanted to have one. And because I can't grow one, I've always felt kind of like insecure about it. And it's the same for having an ass as a black woman. Like, I don't care what anybody says, you're a black woman, people assume you have a fat ass. And if you don't have a fat ass, you're basically invisible to most niggas. So like that is a real reality. That is a you invisible.
Can't see.
Like, I mean, you could just I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it's true. So it's one thing, you don't have to believe that, but there's a lot of things communicated to you that having a fat ass as a black woman is valuable and important, to the point where if you don't have that, you do feel that way until you like find a way. Maybe you'll have self-worth, maybe you'll grow out of there, you'll find your own value, you'll find a partner and that'll help with your confidence, or you'll just learn to dress your body and get over it. You know, there's a lot of ways to get over it, but this is an insecure woman, so clearly she never got over it, you know. So I'm just saying, like, it's not weird. Like, this isn't about white women at all. This is just about growing up as a black woman and being around black people. If you don't have fat ass, niggas is not checking for you like that. Maybe if you got some big old titties, but a lot of black men are ass men. So I'm just saying, like, it's not crazy for that to be the focus of her thing. Like, I need an ass, right? Like, it's not weird. And the media also pushes that. So also still not weird. I just don't know how this turned into racism and blah, blah, blah. Or she doesn't feel like she's playing a victim. And it sounds just like she's just insecure. This is just an insecure stance of life. I'm looking at all the people around me and I am not enough. That is an insecure stance. Not
and she's still there. Look at her here. She's still there.
She's clearly still there. So this is an insecure person. So I mean, I don't know. This is a black insecure woman. So her thing that she is insecure about is going to be probably more specific to her racial identity. He's talking about body shape. So
she never justified getting the BBL.
Yeah, no. You know. Well, I mean, so I don't understand what you're saying, but yeah, basically, I just came in to say that, like, yes, as a Black woman, you do get the signaling that you're supposed to have a fat ass, and if you don't have a fat ass, it's also like dancing or twerking. It's like if you can't twerk, something's wrong with you, you know. It's just one of those things. Like, Black people are expected to know how to dance. That's another one. If you Black and you don't know how to dance, you go in the room, people look at you crazy. Like, that's another version of it. I mean, we could take the ass away and just say dance.
Mm-hmm.
A song come on, you Black in a room full of all kind of races, people gonna think you know how to dance, or you gonna have rhythm at least. So it's the same thing. I don't know why it feels like it's being
weird.
made to feel for like such a strange idea that a Black woman would be insecure about having a flat ass. I don't know. That's just weird to me.
Yeah, same. And Greg talking about she did nothing but justify it when she literally said her God told her not to do it. I don't understand how you're even perceiving justification.
Being stubborn.
Like,
she just like was being stubborn and did it anyway, and then continued to be stubborn because she didn't listen to the doctor. Now, will I say she came out of it? I don't know. I don't know how the story go. I don't know if she did it again or anything. You know, it's just weird to project it. But that's why I was saying I think some of the stuff that's being introduced
Black
to
excuses. What are the Black excuses? What are the excuses? Reasoning. Okay, there's a difference between a reasoning, an example, and an excuse. There's a difference between an example and an excuse. Like, we have to be able to pick up the difference between.
What would we be excusing her from? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are we excusing her from, or what is she asking to be excused from? That's what I feel like. I mean, she's goofy because she's an insecure person. Like most people who get plastic surgery are insecure about their bodies. I mean, I don't need, if a person's getting plastic surgery on their body, then I already know they're insecure about their body.
Yeah, Greg, that's typically called sin, not an excuse. Like, that's called disobedience or sin. That's not nobody calls that justification or an excuse anywhere in the Bible. Like, I did it anyway, even God told me not to. That's justification.
I mean, but who is supposed to be holding her? That's like, okay, if God told her not to do it and she did it, then are you saying she's giving an excuse to God or us as the viewership? Because I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, what are we excusing her from?
Yeah, I don't get that. There's a logic there that I can't even perceive it.
Like, we've agreed that she's goofy for getting it, paying that much money as a pastor wife, then don't listen to the doctor or her God. Right. So I'm just trying to figure out what has she got excused from. That's what I'm like, what does she get excused from?
And even her saying that Black women have big bodies is not an excuse. That's just saying her rationale for wanting it. That's what her emotional driver was for wanting it. That's not.
But she's an insecure person, so we already know that that's not coming from a place of self-worth or like solid ground of logic. It's an insecure stance.
Okay, so you're saying she just can't admit that she did something shitty. So you need her to verbally say she did something shitty, even though she said, I disobeyed God.
She got plastic surgery and then didn't listen to her doctor.
Yeah, didn't listen to the doctor, didn't listen to God, but you need her to say, I'm a shitty person.
Well, she's goofy. I mean, what does that even mean? Like, okay, she's goofy, maybe wasteful. Like,
obviously. Obstinate, arrogant,
goofy,
she's a lot of things.
Obstinate. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, why that's so interesting. I'm interested in how people perceive and pick up things. And I know I'm not all knowing and all powerful, but that just seems like a weird thing to pick up out of this. But let's see how this ends.
Sheesh. That is the message I heard, and it's because, you know, listen, I worked in social media for many years, so I even know that what's posted is not the truth, but I fell for what was posted. Like, you see all these women, all these curvaceous women, and I was like, man, I'm not that.
Wow.
So even right there, she's like, I fell for it. I know better. I fell for it. That, I don't know. I feel like justification or an excuse to me. I know better and I still fell for it.
Here I am, successful. Yeah. Here I am, healthy. Here I am. I literally have everything I want and more than I could have imagined.
Yeah.
But I still don't feel like I'm enough.
It's interesting.
Yeah, not a victim of social media. She says she understands it. She knew better. She literally says she knew better.
She's saying she's insecure.
She literally says she knew better. Greg, how are you making her a victim when she didn't make herself a victim?
What is she
That's
a
the
victim
weirdest
of?
thing. She said she fell for it. I knew better and I fell for it. Like I fell for the trap, but I knew better. I shouldn't have fallen for it. Like that's weird.
Interesting, though. I always say this: if you live for their acceptance, you'll die from their rejection.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Who is the they that was going to reject you for not having a booty?
That's the thing. There wasn't a person like, look, my husband knew what he was dealing with, right?
She's not saying she was powerless. She never says she was powerless. That's hilarious.
God.
Okay, I'm
like how she said.
Right? So it wasn't like he was like, dang, if only
social media.
Yeah.
She's like, I had everything I want. I have money. I have everything, and I actually knew better, which is an empowered place, which is why you don't get to be a victim. When someone says I knew better, that's them saying they don't get to be a victim here because they knew better.
Yeah.
Generally, in conversation, if somebody says I knew better, that's them acknowledging that they had enough information to not be a victim here.
Yeah.
So you can't really say somebody who said I knew better is taking a victim stance. You literally would not ever say that if you were taking a victim stance. Typically, victims maybe don't know any better, and that's why they fell for it. So typically, if someone's gonna say I knew better, they're not.
I feel dirty agreeing with you. I don't care enough about this woman to mic up. I'm over it.
Yeah, that's fine.
It wasn't that. I believe that it was all those memories from years. And that's the thing. It's like what isn't dealt with doesn't go away. It's still there. And so here I am literally at the top of my game. And I feel like I am not enough because I don't have this booty. It is just so
married.
Yeah.
Kid.
Yes.
Enough money to buy a plane ticket and a new booty.
Listen.
And it's like something is still saying you're not enough.
Right. That's when, so the revelation God gave me.
So again, all that speak. I'm over it. I'm over it. Social media. I'm over it.
Out of that. And I actually ended up writing a book called Killing Comparison about that experience because comparison is what led me down that path. But the revelation God gave me is that we tend to think that insecurity is a function of lack, right? Like we think if I lack self-esteem, I'll be insecure.
No,
if only I could just have more self-esteem, I'll be secure. But God said,
oh, the podcast, social media. No, the podcast, okay, yeah, we call it podcast. Social media, I thought you were saying social media. The podcast, yeah, the podcast, got you. The podcast.
Insecurity is not a function of a lack of self-esteem. It's a derivative of your identity being secured to an insecure foundation.
Wait a minute. Now that was word magic right here. She word magic.
That's
like
the same thing.
Yeah, she really did.
Said insecurity is not a function of a lack of self-esteem.
Insecurity is not a function of a lack of self-esteem.
It's a derivative of your identity being secured to an insecure foundation.
Yeah, that's
your identity being secured to an insecure foundation. The insecure foundation is the lack of self-esteem. Like she word.
The self-esteem comes from a secure foundation. So if you don't have a secure foundation, you don't have self-esteem.
That was sad. That was funny. But she wanted, I don't know if she was trying to just make it more wordy. Or now that she didn't want to cop to being insecure. Yeah. She wanted to act like she's not insecure, but she is. Because again, she had all the successes of life and she had God. And none of that was enough.
Self-esteem, but she didn't.
But she
never had self-esteem.
Never had it. Still does.
Still doesn't.
And if you think about what an insecure foundation is, that is anything that is subject to the approval or the opinions of people. Why? Because people's opinions change. That is subject. And if you think about what an insecure foundation is, that is anything that is subject to the approval or the opinions of people. Why?
And that was your self-esteem.
Because that would not be self-esteem. Because it don't come from yourself. That's why we call it self-esteem.
Yeah, that's why it was an insecure foundation, because her self-esteem was derived from like all the comparisons she got from social media. And it was just about her butt, which is weird because she had all the other stuff. You would think the math of like, I've got the family, I've got the kids,
She probably got picked on. She probably got called. What was it? Long Legs McGee on Family Guy when people just had all legs and no ass.
Yeah.
She probably been roasted.
Now this is the funny part. I would like to. I can't remember. I didn't watch this entire thing, but now I'm kind of curious what the gift of rejection is, because the gift of rejection actually drove her to go get a BBL. Like being rejected is what did all this. So for her trying to turn it into a gift,
she's probably gonna say, when the world rejects you, then you run to God. That's my theory, because that's typically a Christian worldview. You know, the world's gonna reject you, but if the world if the world loves you, then that means you're doing something wrong. So the gift of rejection is that it leads you to God. Like that's just my assumption of that's probably what the gift of rejection is, that it leads you back to God. I just have a hunch.
Yeah.
Just have a hunch.
I'm curious about that.
Because people's opinions change. One day they love you. Oh my gosh, we gotta have you, right? Like
God.
But what's so funny though? What's so funny is she's talking about people's opinions change, but her opinion of a butt never changed. Like if she could, if we were to ask her, would you rather have a big butt right now? She would still rather have a big butt right now.
She should have got the other stuff, that more permanent stuff.
No, she should, man.
She wanted to.
We gotta have Nona. The next day, they're like, "Who? Nona who?" And God helped me to realize that as much as I had, I was insecure because I believed that my worthiness was contingent on the approval and the acceptance of people.
You thought your worthiness was
in your butt. Say it in your butt. I wish you would say it, because ain't nobody told you to go get that butt.
Ain't nobody tell you to get a butt. For sure, God told you not to. That's the crazy part. Like, it's
but
weird.
I do understand that pressure, though. I do understand it. Like,
I get it.
I mean, I don't understand it if I don't have a complete flat butt like it sounds like you do. I need some pictures. But I'm petite, I'm petite. And so until I was like, well into my adult years, I was like under 120 pounds. And black dudes just really just don't be fucking with some women like that. I mean, certain body types go in and out of style. But I mean, I could kind of relate in that way. Like, I can't imagine if I had just like an apple shape. Yeah. Kind of like she got. I can't imagine if I literally had a flat butt where like my pants sag a little. Yeah. It was like nothing there. I couldn't even imagine. Man. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I probably get BBL too. Not even lying.
Now, see, a white butt is one thing, but see, when it gets like the saggy part, that's typically Asian. Like the Asian butt, that's the crazy thing. It's like an anti-butt. It's the
concave butt.
Yeah,
I would say less Asians. Them the Mexican chicks be having them concave.
Oh my god, it'd be crazy.
With big boobs,
man.
That's them with the square hips,
man.
I'm not gonna hold you. If I had that body type, I ain't gonna lie.
Like, you'd be tempted. I get you.
Oh, if I had the money, getting it done. What do you think? There's no way y'all was gonna have me walking out here with a box body, acting like everything cool. As a black woman, absolutely not. I might could swing it as a white woman. If I was as a black woman, absolutely.
So let's dive into that, because you're a woman. So why, if you had the money, because I wouldn't, I don't know if it's because I'm a guy or because I just never had that kind of money. I wouldn't go under the knife, or it might be my fear of the medical establishment. I wouldn't go under the knife to fix any of the things I'm insecure about. Is it just so normalized? I can see a guy saying it. Like, what is it? Why would you be so willing to change your body, like to augment your body? Why is that like? Oh, I would definitely.
If I had a concave booty as a black woman, absolutely going. Because women are expected to be beautiful. I just think it's kind of just one of those things. Like, people tell you
beautiful or bootiful.
Well, depending on what race you are. That's why I keep saying, if I was a black woman with a concave booty, I probably would get a BBL if I had money. I'm not even gonna hope.
Halle Berry ain't got no big booty.
No, I said concave booty. I ain't say little booty.
Okay. So little booty, you stay
little booty. I'm petite. I got a little booty.
Okay. But concave, you have to fix that.
Concave booty, it eats my pants. I'm getting a BBL. Are you fucking kidding me? Absolutely. I would not even care. I don't know.
So all the other things you got going for yourself, the concave booty.
If I had all that stuff going for myself, getting a BBL would be definitely going on the list. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, if I was black, if I was another race, I probably wouldn't feel that way. You know, I probably wouldn't feel that way if I was another race. But as a black woman, absolutely, you can't. I've seen with black women who I knew who had that shape get roasted constantly, or just black men just don't fuck with them. Like they be dating, you know, little white guys because they got big titties or something and concave booty. Black dudes not be fucking with them.
That's funny.
And if I wanted a black man, it would be a problem. Now maybe I do like some of the women I knew who just kind of went to the race they like their body type. A lot of them did. A lot of them ended up dating white dudes or other races that like who tip men, right? They don't care. They just want some big titties. I've seen a lot of them do that.
Yeah.
So I'd either have to do that but if I wanted a black man, I definitely would be like, I gotta get some ass.
That's funny. That's funny.
I mean, I don't think that I don't know. That just seems like obvious to me. Am I opposed to going under the knife? No. Would I do it myself as I am today? No, because my body has a habit of rejecting every fucking thing. So if my body didn't reject everything that I've done to it, I would definitely not be opposed to plastic surgery. I don't feel no type of way about it. But I also think as women, like it's expected that you're pleasing to the eye or you're beautiful, and like a lot of your value is based on how you look. I mean, so I mean, it just feels like that's why it's not such a leap for women.
Yeah.
Versus
I
men.
get it. I get it in the beauty being a primary driver, but it's like if you have everything else, that's why I'm getting like that's the thing that gets me. Like if you have so many other things going, I've seen so many people that have so many other boxes checked.
Right.
Like they've got great hair, they've got a beautiful face. They're like you said, they got breasts, they're intelligent, they're funny. Like I couldn't imagine that person being susceptible to the booty thing. Like I've got some. If you still don't like me because I ain't got a big booty, that would be like you're an idiot. Like to forego everything else I have because you ain't got to.
Because it's insecurity. It's not based off one person. Typically, it's something that comes from childhood. Maybe you were roasted about it as a kid, or like when she was younger, all the girls who had booties got picked, or you know, it's just the insecurity that you carry with you. And typically, once you have more access, you address those things, or you try to fix them if you can afford to. And so, I kind of just see it as one of those things, like. Once again, don't have a concave booty, but definitely developed late. So I got picked on for not having like boobs and like having a butt, and none of the guys were checking for me at all. Like, and now I'm almost 40, and now like you know I'm all the girls who they were chasing are like big now. So now I'm like, oh, this worked out really well for me. But at the time, I did not. I didn't even think I would honestly end up with a black man, partially because I was so small, like most of my life up until a certain age, that black men just really weren't checking for me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what she's saying is true. So it's not weird that she's insecure about it. And that doesn't necessarily go away. I get you. If depending on what age the insecurity stems from, like if it stems from your formative years, I think you definitely carry it with you. Just like when you look in the mirror at your own body, you don't like how you look in clothes. Like that's never gonna go away. I mean, I was relieved when black guys started checking for me because I mean, I grew up around black men. I was attracted to black men, but like people say, you kind of got to go with who checking for you. So
that's true too.
Black men wasn't checking for me when I was like 120 pounds.
Yeah.
So when they finally started checking for me, I was like, oh, okay. This is nice.
Man,
like,
you know how much my son's mom was 110 pounds.
Dang.
When I met her.
Yeah.
She had just enough. Now she got pregnant. I got her up to about 175.
Hey.
She had the baby. Then she had the baby and then came back down about 150.
So yeah, it's culturally a thing. We gain weight when you're smaller. You gain weight. Everybody like, yeah, or your girlfriend's like, girl, you get a little booty. Like that is part of.
It's
I think
reinforced.
it's a very Black experience. I remember gaining a whole bunch of weight in the pandemic, and I came to get my hair done in Atlanta after not being here for like 3 years. And my hairstyle was like, girl, you got a BBL. I was like, no, girl. She was like, you looking thick. That's a compliment. Like, that's not a compliment to white women.
Right. They
That's
immediately start running. They're running
Right.
the next morning, 2 miles,
Right,
5 miles.
exactly. So yes, I mean, what she's saying is true. It may be hard to believe she's carried that, but depending on how long you've been hearing, I need to see her booty now. I kind of want to see it.
I mean, I've been curious too. I ain't gonna lie.
I want to see her booty now. I'm trying to see if it's concave or she just got a little booty. You know, like I want to see like. It's Black dudes who mess with a small frame, little booty.
Yeah.
I mean, but if it's concave now, if it's eating her pants, I might be like, yeah, girl, I would be this.
I just can't see it. It just look like her build. It can't be concave. You just heard just everything about her body seem like it ain't nothing.
I think she probably got a little. I don't think it's concave, but it's probably just small.
It don't protrude. But I bet she got like this nice a nice little lip. There's a nice little lip underneath. She don't need that little band I was talking about on the thigh.
Like it's a booty there. I don't think she got like flat pancake booty. Yeah. But once again, to Black people, there's no booty.
I get it.
So
yeah, that's interesting.
What's her name? Let me Google her.
Nona.
She probably ain't got no booty angles because she a pastor wife.
Nona Jones, yeah, she probably high.
That would piss me off even more. Than bitch, why are you going to get a BBL if you ain't finna show no ass angle?
It's an insecurity of just depending on how long she had. That's why I'm saying sometimes it's not rational. Next to the linebacker shoulders. That's what I'm saying. You got to see how it all look together. You know.
Yeah. I saw Tiffany Montgomery on the pulpit. I was like, oh, she ain't curvy, but I was like, you know what?
Yeah, she more straight up and down than I would have thought.
Yeah, she was. That's what I thought. The same thing. And I think this lady gonna be similar. But I mean, it was something there. It just wasn't, you know.
I wonder if she got a little small waist or anything. Or she hippie? Mm-hmm. Like, is she hippie? Because if you got a little hip,
yeah,
you can work with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we almost at the end of this little section.
Yeah.
And so that's what led me to make that decision.
So that's kind of like what you talk about in terms of, you know, not being accepted, being rejected is a gift.
Yeah.
At times.
Yes. So, because it helps you to, you can do everything that people ask you to do. Mm-hmm. You can change your personality. You can.
But you didn't. You didn't do everything everybody asked you to do. You didn't do the when the motherfucking spirit fucking asked you not to fucking do it, you didn't fucking do it. When the doctor asked you not to fucking work out, you didn't fucking do it. So no, you stupid, arrogant ass, fucking dumbass. You didn't do everything everybody asked you to do. In fact, you did the opposite of what people asked you to fucking do. That's why you ain't got no ass now.
Oh my God.
No, not the pain point, not the pain pocket. That's why he ain't got no ass now.
Tell me, you can do everything everybody. That's why I say, motherfucker, look at sympathy. You can do everything everybody tells you to do, but you didn't, stupid.
Let's see what her point is. She's not even saying it. Let's see.
She ain't got no point, just like she ain't got no ass.
She's trying to be God.
Change your personality. You can change how you show up in the world to try to win people's approval. You can do everything they ask you to do, and they will still reject you. And so
like your body rejected that BBL. Huh?
If you let it, rejection will anchor your identity because you realize, wait a minute, people's opinions shift like the current of the sea. Mm-hmm. I need to be who God created me to be because that's the only unchanging identity for which I should aspire.
What?
So that's the gift. It's like, oh, I'm gonna stop trying to please people.
You on the runway. I want you to keep.
But see, here's the problem. One, why are you trying to please people when you've got your guy and you've got your husband? Who are you trying to please? You're trying to please randoms on social media, probably other women. You're trying to impress other women, which is, I don't get that about women. That thing, I don't get. It is a thing.
Other men
I
and
don't
women.
care.
It's everybody. It ain't just other women. I hate when they say, "I only do it for myself." No, it's for everybody. It's for yourself. It's for men. It's for women. Even if it ain't for you to be sexually available for men, you still want the treatment of how You still want the treatment of how they gonna treat somebody who you feel like.
Know you beautiful at all times. That's where your value, a large chunk of a woman's self-worth comes from.
That's why I said I used the word sexy earlier, because it's not just beautiful. Like, beauty is not enough. You got to be sexually attractive.
Well,
it's some beautiful skinny women. Very beautiful skinny women.
I would say that sexiness only kind of matters. I would say it's more
because your booty is not your beauty.
Well, to Black women, it is. Like, I would still say it's beauty, because, like, if you're beautiful enough to some people, like, it's a currency thing. It's a going out in the world and seeing how people react to you. And it's not always a sexual energy thing. It's like a pretty privilege or beauty. Like, women also respond positively to women who they think are beautiful, right? So it's not always just like a sexual interest or anything. It really don't have to be on that. That's why that idea of women dressing for the female gaze or versus the male gaze is a whole thing. And some women purposely dress for the female gaze. They just want to hear other women be like, "Oh, girl, you look cute today." Like, I think it's a beauty in just like how people respond to things they think is beautiful. And it doesn't always have to be like I feel like sexual energy. Maybe that's not what y'all mean, but I don't know. To say sexy feels like you want them to desire you in a different way. And sometimes it's not. It's not that deep.
I'm not saying you want them to be sexy is not necessarily to be desired. It's so people know that you're desirable. Like, that is part of it too. Like, because there's no reason to change your butt to be beautiful. Like, that's literally not beauty, because you're sitting on that. So it is about a sexual, because that's a sexual part. Like, you talked about the bikini zones, like with your daughters. Like, you teach your daughters about the bikini zone. That's a no touch zone.
Yeah,
like, those are the sexual parts. Like, Yella brought up Sarah Bartman, the butt, the breast, the vagina.
As far as like men decided that that's an attractive, like that is something that they find attractive on women. So it's sexy to men for a woman to have like a shapely figure. So that's what I'm saying. Yes, sexiness does apply. Yes, but yes, then there's the other side effect where yes, we can lead it back to desirability as far as men say this is desirable. So now it's highly valued. It's a valued feature.
It becomes a currency,
women
because so even women appreciate it.
So even women appreciate it, but when they're appreciating, it's just because it's value. It's seen as valuable. But so I mean, it kind of is like the chicken before. It's that whole it's cyclical kind of thing. But then you kind of want it because everybody, regardless of whether it's sexual in nature or just because it's valued, you want the thing that you know everybody values.
Yeah. Yep. So that's the thing. So yeah, I get it. I'm with you. That's all. I was just defending that sexy thing. I'm like, there's a sexual component to it, regardless. It becomes a thing where people become blind to the reason that they're doing the thing.
Yeah, it becomes detached from a sexuality at some point, though. And that's kind of how it is. Like, some people say, "Oh, red lipstick was worn by the people because it emulates how women's lips are redder during ovulation." But like in 2024, I just like a fucking red lip, and my girlfriend say I look cute with a red lip. So like, it could be completely detached from men or desirability when I'm doing it. I may just be thinking of my girlfriend saying I look cute with it. But yes, it's always going to have a component of desirability underneath.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I'm glad Yella was here for that one, because I just knew. I knew Pastor's White BBL was going to like really fill his spirit with joy.
I'm just mad she like really made it. She just got rid. Like, I'd be more mad about it. Now you wasting money.
No, she wasted a lot of money.
And you still ain't got the booty.
Still ain't got the booty.
And now you done arrived to the same point you supposed to have already had as a pastor wife anyway.
You would think. It's just so weird. It's so weird that, and I know she's not over it. That's the funny thing. She's not over it completely. I just have a feeling. I don't know. When I say I know, just I have a feeling.
No, she ain't
feel
over
like
it.
she's
Buddy
still not
couldn't
over
even react to it. Buddy couldn't even have a feeling about it. I see you over this. Yeah. She lucky she didn't sit across from me and tell me that story.
She
Oh
probably
my
would have tried to
God.
do it again. Her husband probably said no. Or she wanted to
Yeah.
go get the silicone. He probably said, you can only do the fat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She probably got a limit to what she could do.
Yeah.
But if she
Concave booty
could, she
do.
probably would.
Yeah. With this as a one-off, it's a thing that she can use as a learning. She can play coach off that I learned from this and I grew from it. But if she had went back for another one, her credibility would be shot. Like if you just had to have this booty in spite of what God told you, and you're openly admitting that God told you no, the doctor told you what not to do, and you just didn't
And
listen
then
to
you weren't
anybody
willing to do what it took to keep it in the first place.
at all. So
Which is
there's
really
no
the real reason you ain't got one.
Exactly.
You ain't about that big girl
Exactly.
life. You probably gained 40 pounds. You probably have a little booty.
Because that's what it's supposed to do. That's why they sit up and they lose the weight. And the ones that do retain it after they lose weight have them skinny ass fucking legs. You're supposed to gain weight because anybody who know a natural ass come with a natural little belly. Natural
That's
little
what a lot
gut.
of people be saying about Meg because she lost all that weight.
Yep.
And now a bunch of people saying, what
Yeah.
happened? Her ass gone. Her ass gone. She done lost too
Exactly.
much weight. So
She
that's why I was
lost
like,
weight.
let's not pretend that black women supposed to. The beauty standard is you should have some booty. Black woman start getting too skinny.
Yep.
That's why I was mad at her.
You can lose some weight, but
get you some pork chops.
That's why I was mad at her. Fuck you doing? But then they show you her. Was it real? Because that motherfucker melted away.
Yeah, that mean it probably was that. I mean, but if a lot of black women will have ass when they gain weight, and then you lose the weight, and the ass go with the weight because it's fat.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
probably
and
was real. She was big.
And the weird part, and the even weirder part is that
which way you mean that, Greg?
Feeding his women in their sleep. Hell yeah, I'm giving them that meat stick now.
She wake up to these pups.
She wake up to a snapping into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah.
Both ways. All right, cool. No, I just thought that was interesting, man. You know, when they talk about the body of Christ, we got them effeminate men. Their hair is long. They gyrate.
Say the body yada yada of Christ.
The body yada yada. Body yada yada of Christ. Men twerking and dropping it low. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the women getting BBLs. So I thought that was interesting.
I was driving home. It took me 2 hours to get home, and that whole segment was pissing me off the whole fucking time. This old man, the stuff he was caught. If he saw my little K-pop boys,
oh, he'd be over.
He probably have an aneurysm.
Yeah,
I lost it. Yeah, he'll lose.
He would have lost it. We probably just put an Asian man on the screen who just petite, and he would have been like, "See, he's soft."
But I think that same idea is kind of what pissed me off with the pastor wife, because there is no man. I mean, men gonna come in all shapes and sizes. Some men gonna look feminine because they gonna have a soft ass face, and some niggas gonna look rough just because nigga he got a rough face. It ain't because he did rough stuff for his face. He just nigga got a rough face. You know what I'm saying? Some dudes gonna be tall, some dudes gonna be short, some dudes gonna be light, some dudes gonna be dark.
But we know it's realistic that men who don't fit those machismo or those macho standards get called feminine, and they don't even be doing nothing. So it's the same thing with the booty. Like that shit is not. I hate it. I don't think it's cool. But
the only difference is the only difference in instance is that he was calling out the men. She was trying to internalize it as a reason for cutting herself up.
Well, I think that I feel like it was a little different what he was, because he was calling out fashion choices. That's why I kind of was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
But like one thing, y'all know I was talking about Kishi and stuff. Like I was playing y'all the stuff, and we showed Candy Ann the video by mistake, and she said he's feminine, and like that would be more like what I'm talking about as far as something you can't change. Like you were born with not a fat ass, and there's nothing you can do about this shit. And like a man who is born and is 5'8" and 130 pounds, 120 pounds can't do nothing about that shit. Like, but he will be considered less manly by a lot of people simply because of his stature. So that's kind of like the black woman not having an ass kind of thing to me. It's like I think that's more similar than like
somebody picking on something that you can take off your body.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. But man, we're gonna get ready to get up out of here, man. I thought I was gonna be able to stop at 3. We ended up running. I got into the. I couldn't stop arguing with Greg's point, and I drug it out about extra hour. But what are any of your closing thoughts, Bree? Because you got to listen to the first part, and then you saw the second part with the BBL. But do you have any like closing thoughts on what you've heard today, what you saw, what you witnessed? Do you think we need to take a softer stance with the church, or do you think women need to maybe sit on those feelings of inadequacy and not be so quick to cut on themselves? Like, what are your thoughts?
As far as the men, I think men be too clenched up. I don't give a fuck what no boomer man with no Gildan t-shirt with loose shoulder seams got to say about what no niggas wearing in 2024. Cause shut the fuck up. All the men was dressed like men. I didn't see one man. Every hairstyle was man hairstyle. These are hairstyles black men are wearing. My husband has a variant of those hairstyles. He got long hair with braids and he has shaved sides. If I wore this shit, I look like a stud. I look like I'm going to join Priscilla camp. Right now, y'all be like, you finna go over there with Priscilla? Those are masculine hairstyles. Those are masculine. Right. Those are the masculine suit. Men's formal wear is changed. They are playing around with different silhouettes, more open deep V's, more of the rat ties, the high waist, the loose, like men's fashion is changing. So I found all of those are very masculine according to the fashion style of today. And so I know he ain't talking because I know he had some brothers in the 70s who was wearing crop tops because with a Jerry curl, them niggas was
butterfly
fabulous.
collars with some with a chain hanging in they taco meat
with them high water tight pants like Mike. Come on, we ain't never seen niggas in tight pants. Okay, this is what we doing anyway. So that's my thing. Like y'all, they need to loosen up and comment on fashion, but I don't like when people don't take into account we are in 2024. Like this, look at what women are wearing now, and then look at it now. If you could show me women wearing the same thing, like how Harry Styles be out here with female rompers on and shit, that's different. He literally be wearing women's clothes. That's not happening.
Hey, hold on.
It's just annoying.
I just asked Moms. I say, think back to the 70s. I say, on the scale of 1 to 10, how tight was the men's pants back then? She was like a 10.
Right. I didn't see the pictures. They had crop tops on, earrings, eyeliner.
Yeah, a lot of crochet shirts, a lot of see-through.
These niggas was wild.
Right. Crop jerseys and the shorts. Right. Go back and look at the NBA. Look at them niggas shorts.
Man. Gucci shorts ain't got nothing on them 70 shorts.
Like Jordan, like Bree. It took Jordan to come into the league like in the late 80s before them shorts started
got to
changing.
The mid-thigh. Like Jesus Christ. Why did Jordan got to push it to the mid-thigh?
And he used to, if you go back and look, like when he'd be like, you know what I'm saying, leaned over or whatever, trying to catch some air, he's pulling on his shorts, like to pull them that, like to like stretch him out. He's pulling on his shorts.
That's what I'm saying. This guy's gaslighting us, pretending he ain't never seen men wear this stuff. I just can't stand boomer men. Like, boy, get your old soft style, relaxed fit, gilded shirt with them ugly ass glasses out of here.
You better leave that man alone.
I'm sorry. He was pissing me off. And then as far as the women, like I said, if I had a concave booty, I would be trying to figure out how to get my BBL. Y'all kiss my ass when I get it.
I feel you. What about you, Yellow? Where you at with this? Where you at with the whole thing?
Fuck her and her excuses about why she got a BBL. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm with Bree on that. Everything Bree said about the men. But as far as right, it was right that everything she said was true, even down to his gilded ass t-shirt and cheap ass t-shirt. That's what I was saying. I hate when my t-shirts do that. When they just stretch out a little bit in the back and you see like your traps in the back and you see like your like halfway down
the
your
neck was
shoulder.
loose. He looked like he chewed on his collar. You know them bad kids who chew on their collar, their neck be real loose.
Or they slob so much that they
it just be wet.
that they
It get loose.
Why was that me?
Yeah, see.
No bacon
Seen
neck,
yourself
bro.
in them, didn't you? Seen yourself in them.
No bacon collar.
I used to chew my collar. Oh my god, it was terrible. Terrible times.
That's what his shirt was looking like.
At least he was a kid though.
I was a kid, yeah.
He's an adult. but no, it's
kids
I really want to empathize with the BBL first lady.
Okay.
But
nothing stopping you.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Because there were so many excuses and reasons why. And then for her to come around and be like, you could do everything everybody tell you to do. You can listen to all that and it still won't be enough. Because I'm likely to see her do it again. You likely to see her probably try it again. She ain't that old.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And to me, a lot of it felt like she wasn't just trying to be above average. She was trying to compete with the top 1%. Yeah. She trying to compete with the IG model. She ain't even trying to be like just a decent looking average black woman. Because she wouldn't have got a BBL. You wouldn't have got a Kim Kardashian BBL.
Yeah, top level. Most
you know what I'm saying?
Doctor in Hollywood, probably.
Right. So with all that said, for her to say like all those reasons, her mama didn't have no ass. She got a daddy body. She was teased in school. I feel like black women supposed like her. All that's a reason for what? Because you probably just did that within like the last 3 to 4 years. Because BBLs, they've been popular, but they ain't been that popular. You know what I'm saying? So all this just had to be at least within the last couple of years or so. Nah, that's just too recent. Then you got selling a book behind it. So you really looking for sympathy. You really looking for sympathy. You really looking to benefit off of this shit. Because now this was the lesson that I had to learn. You didn't really teach nobody nothing. Because I guarantee you, if you had money, if you had that Honda Accord money, you gonna do it again.
Oh, she still got the money, but I think it's gonna be a minute before she do it again. But I think her BBL is like my beard thing. Eventually, I'm going to find a way to get that little fake beard. I'm gonna get that for at least 2 weeks. I'm gonna have that beard, and I think that's what her BBL is. Eventually, she's gonna get it. And shout out to Marcus, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Please wear it on stream when you get it, so we can roast the dog.
And I promise, I'm just like her.
You get the beard, I get the hair.
Nothing y'all can say. Ain't nothing y'all can say. When I had that fake beard on,
2 combo your ass. We gonna
ain't nothing y'all can say. Y'all can 1-2 step all day long. I ain't flinching. If I got the little fake beard on,
you gotta go out and be toxic.
Feeling myself.
That's why you gotta go out because you wouldn't be humble. See, you ain't gonna know how to act. Get that beard.
Yeah,
God don't talk to me like that. God don't talk to me like that.
He don't humble you though. He be humbling you though.
No, I got humbled in the beginning. My life has been humble.
Okay,
like,
you been
I don't need no more humbling.
That's why he said like don't give it to you.
The beard is the last.
That's the reward for all the humbling. He's been humbling me for 45 years.
See, because
he said that's
and you finna
that's
go
what
out
he better come through. Goddamn it.
Yeah.
He already know. I can already tell you gonna cut up. I know you gonna cut up. At your big age, you still
cut up.
He gonna get a beard. Watch, he gonna hit 50, and he just gonna it's just gonna come out. It's gonna come out of nowhere.
And he gonna be he gonna get one of them scammer suits. He gonna get one of them scammer sweatsuits with all the Gucci symbols on it. Boy,
he gonna He gonna get a girlfriend. She gonna be like 28, 29.
Oh no.
He gonna get him some gold. He gonna get him some gold rim shades that he gonna wear inside.
Nope.
Oh, and they just gonna have that little tent where it's just tinted enough for him.
I can't stand y'all.
Rashad gonna be out here eating, boy. He gonna have that Scammers jogging suit on. He gonna get some loud
He gonna start posting his shoes and shit. KOTD kicks of the day.
Nah, he gonna walk down the street. He gonna yell at cars as they walk by. Hey, what's up? He gonna be throwing up deuces.
Shout out.
Right, I ain't even done nothing. I'm getting roasted. Ain't that crazy, man? That's why I deserve the beard, man. Because my life is humbling.
Manifesting your beard by roasting you like
by roasting you, right. Right. You got to see it first, so we just jump right to the part where you got it, man.
Yeah, trust me. Let me have it. Let me have the beard, so that way the roast and deflect it. Because the beard will catch all the jokes. The beard catches the jokes. I'm getting hit right now, like all.
I told you.
But the beard catches all the jokes.
I told you that's why I think I caught COVID. Because as soon as I shaved my beard off, it got sick.
So me and Yella both think she's doing it again. Bree, what about you? Do you think she's gonna go for it a second time?
I think she'll do it in secret. She'll try to act like she worked out and finally figured it out.
But I think it's gonna be about 8 years. Like when her body starts to pick up weight, like naturally. I think then she'll try to slip a smaller BBL in, like a little.
Well, I'm like, hey, mama, you might need to drop it because you had kids and you still ain't getting no booty. It just ain't in the cards for you.
It ain't in the cards for you, bro.
If the kids ain't give you no booty, like how Sierra got that.
Yeah.
Where you made that up?
Kiki.
Cause one, that's what I'm saying. Cause one, cool. If you get one, you might get the super skinny snapback. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I met my son. Mama, she was $110, but she had a son already. He was like 3-4 years old.
Yeah, that first one, it come off
right.
Quick.
She was still kind of young. She was 21. You know what I'm saying? So that bounced right back.
Yeah, the second one stick though.
When she was, because it was like 4 years later. She was 25.
Yeah,
and baby number 2. And she had a big nigga baby.
Be like Crisco.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, she had a giant, goddammit. So
got to sweat that off. Yeah.
So Marcus asked this question: would it matter if the BBL looks good and is believable? I'm trying to tell you, man. If
they got the skinny BBLs now.
Yeah, I'm saying if it looks good and is believable, I probably wouldn't even know that it was a BBL. I was just like, she got a nice shape. I've seen some people say they got a BBL, and I'm like, how would you say it? Because in my mind, the BBL is the dramatic one.
Oh no, they do the skinny BBLs now.
Yeah. I found that out. I didn't know that, but it makes sense because reconstructive surgery makes people look like they're normal, like in their normal range based upon their size and stuff, which I wouldn't know that wasn't you because they put you proportionate to your size, your frame. So I wouldn't even know it was a BBL. She didn't tell me if it looked good and was believable. Right. But man, if she get the amp body booty, that's the one. The amp body, the thorax.
But that's what she was, and that's what she was gonna end up with.
She probably got a skinny BBL because Kim K rocking the skinny BBL now. She ain't got the big one now. She got to reduce. She got the skinny BBL now. So all the rich white girls and all the rich Calabasas girls, I don't know where she stayed, but all the rich girls getting skinny BBLs now. Doja got a skinny BBL,
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the case, because Doja's doesn't look unnatural. Hers don't look.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I thought she's had a little bit of meat in the right places.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bree's covering up for the sisterhood.
What sisterhood I'm lying for? I already told y'all I get BBL. I'm not anti BBL. Get your BBL, girl.
I'm not necessarily either. I ain't anti do what you do with your body.
Get your nose
but don't sit up here and be trying to
I feel like as a pastor,
inspire
this shit to the grave.
You're a pastor wife.
That's my only thing. You the pastor wife. Why are you coming? That's my whole thing. That's one of those things. The main issue I do have that I did not say with what she's saying is you're a pastor's wife. You're supposed to be under this man of God, serving his higher purpose to God. which means you ain't really even supposed to be out here like that. You supposed to be quiet, and your BBL melted away. We would never knew about it. Maybe you should have just kept that to yourself. That's all. That's my main issue with it. You're the wife of a pastor, and you're telling this story about a BBL that you say melted away. I don't. Why? We didn't even know that.
Okay, so let me ask you.
And she did it. And she did it post pastor's wife. She was already married at the time, right?
Yeah.
Already married with kids.
Pastor wife.
See, man. See, because
that's the
my
main
thing
problem
is
I have with it. The Christianity in the place, like I said, sex and all of that stuff don't really have a utility in the structure of the church. Girl, we don't need to hear the story about your BBL.
Yeah. And I guess Greg is answering the question I was getting ready to ask. Like, why does it feel like women, like in today's time, every time they go through anything, no matter even if it's self-induced or not, self-imposed, any ail, they have to turn it into like some sort of a lesson for other people and try to monetize it? Like, I'm a book, a course, you know, a story time so that I could tell the other women to like, it's crazy. Like sometimes you just went through something, and that's okay.
But you want to know why? You want to know why they can monetize it? Because these. Hold on. Let me roll that back in. Let me pull that back in.
You might have to just yell it.
That one's finna be bad. Let me
some sugar in the oven.
The reason they monetize it, and the reason they able to do that, and the reason they able to get on like that is because they are fucking at a catastrophic rate, enough to where you can get enough fucked up ass brained ass women to buy this shit because they relate to it, because they didn't made all these dumbass decisions on a constant basis enough to where they relate to
being insecure and goofy. Women like to emotionally trip. We know this about women.
And,
we like to
and intentionally hold on. And intentionally disobedient.
Yeah.
We all intentionally disobedient.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to say where you're flabbergasting me about this. Like what women do. Women emotionally trip and don't listen to nobody. I mean, that is part of being.
That's the current thing. That's why the whole accountability phase and the red pill is big.
But women are sharers too, for no reason. It's not, the sharing has no utility. It's just to share.
Just to share. And I would have been cool if it was just to share, but like, everybody becomes a coach because of this thing that they learned because of what they went through. Sometimes you just went through it. You didn't learn enough to.
Because now you're the pastor's wife, so you got to lead the women's ministry, you know. So you're in the position of teaching somebody, even though you're clearly not equipped. But you are the pastor's wife, so you are seen as a leader. It's not a leap for me that a pastor's wife would try to turn something like this into a learning lesson to help other women, because it's kind of the pastor wife programming, I think. But they all grifters. Pastors are big grifters, and so of course their wives are. So I mean, it's, once again, it's not. I'm not saying it's right, but it's not a leap to me. This doesn't.
You're justifying and making excuses, Brie.
Right. This doesn't feel off brand for pastor wives. That's all. Most pastor wives have some kind of grift aimed at women specifically because they have their women ministry.
Because Danae Jackson did that hot mess. Soon as she getting cheated on, ain't even divorced, talking about healing from divorce or whatever. I'm like, come on, man.
Still ain't divorced. Still ain't divorced. So this is on brand for pastor wife grift. I mean, so this doesn't feel shocking to me. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm a woman, Greg. I'm not on the payroll. I'm a fucking woman.
Yeah. I mean, and even
I'm not on payroll. I wish these folks pay me.
And we probably would need another hour, because my whole thing, because think about it, right? You that far into being a woman of God, you that far into being your commitment, and you're so selfish and so insecure that you would ignore the word of your Lord and Savior, who you've taken a life oath to.
He another nigga.
See,
but see, Bree, autonomy. He can't. It's her body, not God.
But see, Bree, that translates to us as men as well. If God get it, we get it 10 times worse.
Obviously.
Right. My thing be this a lot of times be why shit gets so volatile as it is now. Cause there's one thing, if niggas ain't on shit, I don't think, okay, it's gonna sound bad, but ain't shit niggas are less problematic to the equation than stubborn ass black women.
Okay.
We've learned how to get around ain't shit niggas. We've survived without ain't shit niggas. Once the women started being just outright stubborn and outright avoidant
Obstinate.
and disagreeable and just
defiance.
like
It's bad.
I mean, and not in a way of where you're being defiant, in a way of where it's like, I need to do this to you. Not finna be it. This is crazy. This is when we fell apart. That's when shit started going left.
Useless defiance.
Useless defiance.
Yeah.
It's called
Not
being
even
ignorant, and we know.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the system.
But now it's just becoming a personality trait.
Yeah.
It's ignorant. That's
It's
called
becoming
being
a culture.
Becoming a culture. Yeah, it's becoming a culture.
Yeah, fuck these niggas. Like, we know. Women been saying it out loud. Yeah, I'm saying, I just feel like men just refuse to believe them when they were saying.
No.
Bree, hold up. Here's the thing, because see, now you about to trigger me. Here's the thing. Y'all say so much, and y'all say so much that you know's a lie when you say it, that we learn to tune y'all out. Like, y'all just be talking the talk. So you can't hold us responsible for not believing y'all when y'all say like 9 lies and the truth. Like, that's a game for y'all. 9 lies
now
and
y'all
the
know
truth.
y'all know. Oh, they was for real now.
That part was true. Yeah,
they was for real now. Fuck these niggas.
Yeah.
That's the stance most women honestly exist in.
Because y'all be saying, we want nice guys. Lie. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be saying a bunch of lie.
Saying a bunch of shit. Yeah.
We be lying too.
I want a dominant man.
To everybody else. To ourselves, to other people, then lying. I mean, like Delulu, word magic, WandaVision energy. That's all of it.
Then we supposed to know this one. This was the truth.
That
we supposed to know
motherfucker.
this was the truth.
And that fucking paternity cord. That fucking paternity cord got me all fucked up for real.
Paternity cord is
man.
horrible.
I damn near want to sue Ty for real. Because I'm mad she even started playing that shit. Because I'm all these damn. It was like just after we had that yelling you hate women conversation, and I'm like,
God was trying to help you see yourself, brother.
No, you
God
know what?
always gonna tell you the truth.
No, check me out. Check me out. Yep.
He's trying to help you see yourself.
You know what? He confirmed that I am not a bad person. You want to know why he confirmed that I don't hate women? Because you want to know why? He gave me several days of showing just how treacherous, just how heinous, just how hideous, just how disgusting. That's why I say bring it to the point to where these bitches just die and leave this fucking confusion for motherfuckers.
You actually do hate women.
No,
justified in it now. That's what you're saying.
No. It
sound like justification and an excuse.
No, it can't be me hating women. No, it can't be me hating women. It's the fact that why are we just ignoring these outcomes? Because my issue be women also speak as if it's been so their existence has been so downtrodden. Women just always been dealing with this for years. No, look, when you have the ability to crush an entire generation of people's lives with your lies and behavior. A man could never do as much damage to a family as a woman's lies and treachery could ever do.
Red pill that is saying the same.
Fuck all them red pill niggas.
But no, that's just literally
my thing is this.
My thing is this. It started. I'm not talking about where it is, but that was the whole premise behind it. You have this generation of women who did kick men out. And the outcomes are terrible, and women are actually treacherous and actually don't want men for anything but what they can take you for. And as soon as they're done with you, they throw you away. Like, women are narcissistic, manipulative, terrible people. Like, that literally is the pillar of the movement. The true nature of women. Yeah, the true nature of women revealed. and we're gonna expose it. And this is why you shouldn't. So that is the red pill. That is it.
Right.
It's
And
the
guess
same.
what? They try to make that some type of off kilter. They try to demonize that idea, but when the examples are right in front of your face, they just ignore the shit. See, that's the part that I hate, is that we've gotten to the point to where just because the people who saying it, that's just like some of the things that women saying. Just because there's some stupid ass women saying it, a lot of times don't mean it ain't got some truth to it. But a lot of people want to disregard it because of the woman that said it. Likewise with men, but it's way more easy to acclimate ignoring what the men say because they just men, they're automatically bad. We're gonna pick the bear because we're stupid. So you know what I'm saying? We can make it culturally okay to take men's genuine feelings and ideas, and regardless of who said, because it's crazy to think that they have put out a manosphere FBI warning list on people not to listen to.
Man, that was crazy.
Yet no list like that exists for none of the women on any internet platform. There's not one list except for Pearl, and the only reason the woman she's on there is because she's speaking from a male's perspective. Mm-hmm. There isn't one list where a woman speaking from a female's point. Now, do some women like Cynthia G get deplatformed? Yes, but she had to take her saying delete children. It wasn't even about what she was saying about men. She had to mention something bad about children, but men having an opinion about women is akin to a terrorist attack.
Yes, wow. It's definitely unbalanced.
That's crazy.
Yep. Well, shoot,
I told you 30 minutes. Okay, bye.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
I'm good too. Yep, 4:20. That's a good time to end it.
4:20. Yeah, good time to end it. We're gonna get out of here on this right here.
Jesus. Keep the Lord in mind. When you dirty wine, drop it for Jesus. In the club, shake it to the floor, showing love. I'm on the grind, was for my sins he died. Cause I know I'll be at the party, get a show. I'll be in the number when the trumpet starts to blow. But tonight I gotta drop it low.